fast. But let's get hyped up, people. It's game day, baby. And we're going to do this right after the break.
Di ekstra maneh.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, it's time for the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. We're going to be jumping into this one very quickly, but don't worry, folks. Listen, this is still the pre-show. Yinsu's going to be coming up here driving the Enterprise in a moment. But I did get a word on a very important update, okay? In the Durka drive to 100K, folks. We're getting close, baby. This guy is about to break 92,000 followers. We're going to do this. Okay, I'm doing this for the homie, and then Durka has to give me lessons.
What are you gonna do once he gets there? Like, who's next on your list?
Yeah, who's next on my list? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just gas up all of, like, you know, FPX or something like that.
We see who
gas
wins,
some artists,
and then we choose.
We'll see who wins, and then we'll go ahead and choose that. All right, and then, of course, you know, getting back to some more business still, because earlier in the show, we actually asked you in our Twitter poll, which X is, in fact, going to give it to you? Is it going to be PaperX, or is it going to be Fun Plus Phoenix? And 81, Dios mío, 81.
Asik, Indo Pride, bro.
Because previously FPX had 3.9% in the original poll, so now they've at least gained a few. They're getting there.
But it's 1v1.
After map 1, maybe they'll have like 35.
Okay.
Center. Let's do this, team. Who is winning Masters Copenhagen?
No, don't do this.
And Baller, we're starting with you.
Really? Okay.
Oke, final deh.
Yep.
Yes.
Iya, kok grand final wis iki. Lek menang buyar kok.
FPX.
I really do. Okay. I think PaperX showed a little bit of, you know, everybody's like, oh, their confidence, their bombasticity. I really feel that they showed a little bit less of that against Optic in that in that upper final.
Do you think they have enough to be able to hold on against this PaperX? That's why I picked PaperX, because no team has been able to hold them in yet.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom?
I picked my duo.
He picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
PaperX.
High five.
All
Let's
right,
go.
guys. With that being said, it's time to put the pre-show to a close and get to our main event. I'm going to hand things over to Yinsu in a moment here because I'm on trophy duty. So settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between PaperX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
came from a region regarded as the minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore.
Sing mana yang itu?
We are the new order.
Yang itu
Sing Kijing kok.
biji.
Saya bentar.
Agak tahu.
Kelihatan banget kok muka LM misalnya Indo kok, sumpah.
Malay. You went through a lower bracket.
Sing Malay ku sing iku semeran warna putih. Nanti.
Yang gendut.
Yo. Dave.
Playoff. Into the grand final.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
The game here is
Naik
challenging.
loh.
We will leave as kings.
Wow, Masters Copenhagen. Fine.
FPX, they do not play like us. Their strengths, it's snowball and carry momentum all the way through. But it's like a double-edged sword for them.
I think we're the team who have the most chances stopping FPX.
This event we played so many different play styles. Even if they do catch us off guard,
Iki loh kok.
we'll be able to adapt.
The other team probably
Ikut tadi 4 second kok.
but sometimes they just can't stop
Kalau
it.
saya kan ini sing bule-bule.
Indo.
Gak ada bule nih kosmis kan.
I beat Deka, I slayed El Diablo. Forsaken, you're next.
We will shut down the chaos.
I'll make sure the dinosaurs stay extinct.
FPX itu Eropa rasanya.
Because there's no
Tim
break
Eropa.
on the W train.
Gak tahu aku. Anjay.
Paper girls and paper
Anjay.
boys, where
Terus.
are you at? I've heard some FPX on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I can't support NA, I'm gonna just hop over the ocean.
You are EMEA's biggest fan, Bola.
Yeah, kinda. A
You
little
know
bit.
this.
A little bit.
You know this. Of course, we guys show you an awesome trailer at the top of the show every single day. But there's one thing to do before we get everything else started. For the last time here at Copenhagen, it's time to activate the championship stage. Here we go.
Tahu banget anjing.
Turnamen Dota kayak gini kan?
Enggak yo, sampah Dota yo.
Turnamennya Dota cuma timnya langsung datang ke AP gitu. Tapi ya gak ono pertunjukan ini.
Tapi Rio tanyain sangar sih, sing yen League of Legends yo ngono. Anjen gawe keren-kerenan.
IO nih kok keren kok.
Well, in just a little bit, we're going to have our last two teams take the stage.
Loh,
And the
belum
prospect
keluar
of
apa
Tom, you know,
pemain.
a
Saya kira
trophy is going to be lifted
Lah iya, aku pikir
in front of
pemainnya
us
keluar.
for the first time ever. It doesn't get better than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating. So I don't know what it's going to be like for the players, but I'm already losing it.
I'm nervous for the players. Like, the moment they walk out, they look and they'll be like, oh,
Yeah, that's the reality of what we've got right now. If I was a player standing up there, sheesh, I don't know how I would feel having to sit down in front of that.
This is different, right?
This
the last 2 days, this is a packed house, so 100% it's going to feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like, they can hear them. So you guys make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we got to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already. In this best of 5, FPX coming into it with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans is so ridiculously good, and they earned it by only having played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper bracket final, and it is such an advantage because that means they don't get any maps banned against them, which means bind, which means fracture.
Well, that's the big thing. I think as well, FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. Their breeze has definitely looked a little bit shaky. I'm not sure they want to lean towards it, and that's the tough thing right now.
Iya maksudnya apa? Mereka ngepick nggak?
Ngepick ban gue. Pap.
Of FPX and their permaban. What a wonderful
I love
start.
that. I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go, I don't like this map.
Map satu nih.
My permaban,
Ban.
and you're good on a set. So guess what? 2 birds, 1 stone. Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like you guys have said, bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you leave it open for them, Bala, this is kind of
Menyerang.
their biggest advantage.
Yeah, I think the day before we said it was a free win for them. It didn't go their way against Optic, but they also didn't pick Yoru, so still hoping for that to come out. And then FPX as well.
Aku sih pengen nonton Yoru nih.
In the last 2 times they played.
Well, one of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just yet. So I'm interested to see where that sort of counter comes in on the other side. And Icebox, I believe, is one of the maps that we actually haven't seen in this tournament from FPX yet.
Exactly right, and that's something that FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban coming out as well. That's something that we have seen, you know, FPX get rid of a little bit, and FPX is like, again, you've left it in there, we take advantage of it, here we go. That's the kind of thing we've already seen from FPX.
Yeah, and Fracture is very much still on the table. And Bala, if they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps, this is the dream start.
Yeah, you would think that it would be, you know, a two map advantage right away. Icebox could potentially go either way since we don't know what FPX is capable of on that map. And but I do think Fracture is one where that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that FPX plays on this map, and we'll get it as map 3, is exactly the type of style FPX wants to play against with their control.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being map 3, we will get it no matter what kind of banning advantages FPX gives. We will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both of these teams individually on that map, so I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that FPX have also been sort of testing a few things, like switching out with the Sage every once in a while as well, so I think this is actually dangerous because again, I think the way that they get that advantage early
Merah itu yang di ban berarti kan?
That is
harusnya iya.
FPX. I think FPX are happy to play anything that's left, and while Haven, we've already seen it throughout this tournament from either side, and with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only 2 maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven 4th.
Loh, berarti 5 best of 5 ini di satu map yang sama semua.
Enggak tuh, beda-beda mapnya.
Itu tadi kan map pertama itu baik, map kedua nih.
Oh, dari awal mereka ngepick mau map apa ini.
Yo, pick ban nih Dota ngono gue rasanya.
Haven's going to be a
I mean, FPX has played every single map in the map pool here at this competition. They've had the
map 5 nih Breeze,
every map twice.
Map paling sampah.
We're talking about. I mean, if you can sneak Breeze in there, the ones that they've lost, then you can be a little bit more confident. If it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into FPX's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for FPX.
So you guys feel like if we go to map 5, FPX have the advantage here, or FPX?
I have not been impressed with the breeze that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's been figured out. But
I have been impressed regionally though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not going to complain if we see a Yoru versus Yoru today. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto that stage.
Ciao.
Finalnya soalnya satu tim, 2 tim, satu tim, dua tim. Jadi bisa
Ini HyperX lumayan kok katanya.
Cilik kan.
Iya.
HyperX itu MSI berarti. Enggak.
Masa
Ya,
kurang tahu aku. Yang kursimu ikit aku, bukan ya?
Enggak. Karena orang-orang loh kan nek belum kursi yang enak, kursi gaming gak enak. Mending kursi kayak kursi direktur ngono yo.
Kursi kantor ya.
Iku kursi sing terkenal kantor iku apa jenenge sing iso gawe tidur iku lupa aku sampean.
Tapi kursi orang larang nggak sih? Kayak 10 juta nggak? Yang secret
Kurang
lab.
tahu aku.
Secret lab lagi. Duh, headsetmu bukannya HyperX ya?
Iya, headsetku HyperX. Tapi aku dulu sih aku. Sekarang aku pakai Steel Series. Welek wesan, wis gak tak pakai. Kan gak mau nge-tweet aku. BPN namamu keluar.
Gak.
Kalau di kanan bawah itu.
Iya, lumayan. Salam hangat dari Indonesia, Bang.
Muncul 1 detik.
Tapi yang lihat 50.000 orang lebih kok.
You've seen the stage, you've seen the maps, and it's finally to bring out our players for this grand final. Give a massive welcome to FPX and PaperX.
Nah, players ya masuk kok. Iki mari ini iklan mana? Setting sih.
Just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. Xiao is having an absolute series here.
Siphon.
Bengkai mainnya ini keluar deh, bos.
Keren kok, namanya dipanggil kok. Kapan kok kene? Kaitukin. Gigi melaku. What the fuck kok iki?
Katanya ngono, what the fuck?
Autis anjing.
Jenenge Suget.
Suget tuh, sangat. Naruto Suget.
Iki masuknya kayak apa? Kapan hari corona soalnya?
3 orang PaperX kena corona, ngono kan?
Iya.
Oke.
Anu, satu orangnya itu VCT kok, coach CDE.
Oh.
It's hard to keep up with the kind of tempo as well that PaperX love to throw at you. And look at this. Oh, complete disrespect. Don't have a day any opposite seems like the PaperX.
What a timing from Mind Freak.
Ben, janji.
Wah, bisa.
Kamu Indo?
Bukan, ini Singapura. Cocok. Iki Indo go.
Main free. Iki malah ikut tuh.
Iya.
Enak.
Mau lu WT cok Rai, tapi asu keren cok.
Tapi kan ini Singapura.
Indo.
Oh,
Indo.
Oh.
Iki sing orang-orang seneng, jing. Mereka ini orang Singapura bisa nih.
Oh, tapi Raine ketok Chinese Paul cok.
Iya. Orang Singapura gue.
Alex. Ini kamu apa?
Coach Singapura.
Oh, coach sih.
Cok wah lah cok sumpah. Bisa Barbie ngono anjing.
Cok dia berani cok.
Iya, gila orangnya kayak. Dia seneng cosplayer gue sumpah. Kapan hari nggak salah cosplay jadi corona atau apa ngono nggak salah. Wow, this cok aja emang.
The best to get here, and it's time to see which one of them can claim that throne. But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter what happens, we're gonna have a brand new Masters winner, and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look across the stage and you're going to see Benkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, a chance for 3 different regions to win 3 tournaments in a row would be truly absurd, something you don't see within esports often at all.
And I'm glad you brought that point up, because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take PaperX seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously, because now we can say on the global stage, we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be making it to champions. Who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Bala again. 2 very, very, very good teams, and they've definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean, absolutely, both have. PaperX has just shocked the world with their playstyle, and FPX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, PaperX are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although, having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go anywhere.
Dia ganti ya.
FPX have proven that throughout this.
Yo ganti lah, kok gak mungkin kok dia main kayak ngono.
Perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that PaperX has. This is probably the worst team to have made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead, such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind, of course, Jess. Surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it to me.
Kasih Yoru, please. Cok, Yoru, cok.
Yoru siapa? For second.
I need you to pick the Yoru.
Please, cok. Yes.
We got it. But also, if you
Orang-orang juga
FPX, they've also made a change. Shao's moved on over to the Sage here.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting pick, because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get through the teleporters, try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection can come from
Archie harus belajar dari Jing. Kelihatan dia.
Archie race-nya lah, Cok.
Race-nya sumpah gak masuk akal, Cok.
The thing that will be interesting is how that's going to work more so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even that you had before, now that that fade has gone completely?
Takut mereka, gue takut kok.
We're going to be looking at these walls against
mesti mereka di lure, mesti di wall.
of course, coming out. Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second and zip it.
Maksudnya Singapura ya, smurfing kafe ya.
Bener tuh. Taking agents that they are well known for on the global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what PaperX can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day PaperX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation, as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that, I trust Angel's expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in, and it's time to get into the server. Copenhagen, give it up for Bren and Sideshow!
Let's get into it. Copenhagen is looking beautiful today. The crowd is flooding in, and Josh, today history will be made. The Masters 2 Grand Finals, 2 fresh teams ready to claim that title.
Either way this goes, it is going to be a new team, a new captain raising that trophy in front of a crowd that is fairly evenly split down the middle. I've been hearing them going back and forth for either team, chants in either direction as well. But this is not a case where we've got a strong favorite and a library if the other team win. And you've got potentially the most fun team in the game.
Oh yeah.
Playing against a team that's going to try to crush all of that. And look at this to start things off. You've got to flash down into sand.
Full speed, a bit of stun. Coming straight into sand, and look at this already. A bit of a contact play, but the corner not being taken. Shao! Oh, what a play!
Oh shit.
Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react
Look,
to this?
look.
Zip ban! Caught out though, missed his shot.
A bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. Sugetsu does claim that one. Down now to the 2v3. Positioning is all over the place. Angel ready and waiting right round the corner. The pistol round. And all but done and dusted.
And the desk was talking a bit about that FPX preparation. I mean, they were so ready for that. The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push. And now it's all left in the hands of Benkai. A 1v3 that he just can't manage. FPX, they start out incredibly here, winning that pistol in a fashion that showcases that they understand how PaperX are going to play this map.
Yeah, the preparation is clearly there, underlying. FPX, they are that kind of team.
Ilman nih kak ngecek corner.
Iya harus cek.
Off the rip. And not many teams have been able to contain the PaperX Yoru on bind. It's been honestly just full speed ahead. A lot of teams have tried to contain it, tried to slow it down, but they often just get turned into mincemeat.
Another 4-player stack over by B this time. But FPX, we're watching them take Shower's control. Same Haunt. Gate crash going down towards Zip. I'm sure Forsaken is anticipating. Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Forsaken is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult. And the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual.
Very slow approach for now with a slow orb just to try and clear a bit of space with the Viper Orb. You can see that Jinx is trying to make a play happen. Spray down. Should be absolute free low, I think, to try and get that spike down. A TP play. It's a last minute approach. But FPX claiming that Prime Gaming flawless.
PaperX didn't show anything new in that second round though. They have a very deep playbook on this.
Tapi di layar ini kita
This is
nggak
what I'm talking about with the economy.
Kita nggak tahu lagi lihat
A little
apa
bit
ya.
after this replays, but once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get themselves in a position where they've got a load of rifles on board. It's 4 Vandals heading into the bonus round, and this is what makes them one of the best teams in the world at being able to carry on momentum from a pistol win. And this gate crash from Forsaken, you can already see it in more of a passive setup over towards a fast retake on B. Or just a fast rotate.
And Shower's control early. Spike going to be claimed there. Benkai going to be backing away though, has to respect the possibility that it could be lurking up. You see that Viper wall. A lot of misinformation as well being thrown into the mix, and PaperX might get a bit antsy here, might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one, the stunned player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down. But immediately the response is there. Xiao is taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside Zip and not wasting any time.
Ngono lho,
Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
It's a huge one, and it leaves PaperX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. And Xiao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mind Freak and not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Xiao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
And consider how they got to this point. And take a look at the replays here. Sipan just bouncing into the site. There was a snake bite flying towards CT, but that's only Zipline trying to handle it. And Xiao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
A little bit of a boombot play, but the money's not too great here for PaperX. They're hoping that a couple of these FPX players end up just funneling into them.
And I think the key for PaperX might be finding these mid-round timings to go aggressive. Once you have a bit of information like this, is there a potential for some C's being thrown by Divide, for example? Some set play? Doesn't quite catch.
Yeah, Mind Freak tries to swing it off it, anticipating that maybe would have caught onto somebody, but look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this. The Stimmy dropped down, 2 shots rounded off by Divide, not enough, can't get that reload in action. Of course, the flanks being watched, Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online, opportunity potentially to do some more damage. Satchel play right round the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
Ini Rek.
Timnya guys mainnya bener-bener apa? Bener-bener siap kalau nggak terlalu apa? Nggak terlalu keras.
Tapi pendukungnya banyak.
Iya, bro.
Hyping up the PaperX players, wanting them to get back into this
game.
His rifles on board, Defy with an operator as well.
Kill Joy.
Out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of showers. Camp broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Divide, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek over at Sand, is just holding this angle. And perhaps this is the adaptation for PaperX. Drop into a more passive position, try not to get punished, and wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark now, with Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike now starting to end over towards one familiar direction. To watch this being maybe the operator. Divide misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Rolling wanted to push them back, the showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found. Sipan opens it up. He got leg space being gained. Definitely leg Jing trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there, the back of the side, Benkai. He anticipated over the top, Seketsu finding his mark, slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Loh, dibully juga. Kalah.
Ayo,
map pertama padahal pilihannya PaperX.
Time out.
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep. But a lot of their defensive aggression has the same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down. But it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well. But this time it's not a rematch. And I think PaperX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their theory working out so far.
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what PaperX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it. What's been going wrong for them? The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah. And also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Devi could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX. They're going to be all over you.
You have to capitalize when you're handed those.
Langsung 5
So
lah.
much of this map, honestly, is just ended up with that hookah control that
Masuk
these
5
teams have been
hookah,
fighting
masuk.
over. And look at this.
Hmm.
The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still
Ajar.
the nade.
Matamu.
The 1-for-1.
Masuk, lo mundur kabeh langsung.
Given up the space that they've gained.
Oke, boleh. Oh, aneh kosong.
Kayak gitu. Dibunuh 1 tembus 1000 yuk. Asu.
Normally play against teams like that. Teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead,
Lalu tadi kebobolan hookah terus.
they hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai is going to start to get itchy at some point in this round. Once the clock's ticking down, a minute, 50 seconds, people are going to look for information, maybe with their face.
Saya bingung di mana.
Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. They contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside. Angel. Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the overall strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be finding these kills, but it's FPX. Once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Yeah. Unkillable.
Nah, technical pause.
Right, I can feel it. The momentum behind FPX.
Apa ini?
These guys in the grand finals, Josh.
Timeout mana?
History will be
Timeout
made.
tapi karena masalah teknik, maksudnya tim komputer.
Better read for now.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PaperX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX have come out with a great game plan. And Bren, I think the map pool discussion that the desk was having is so important because, again, we have another team, PaperX now, Loud last time, that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps.
Yep.
Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns. And that always creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Tom made the point on the desk as well, prior to this one. When it gets to this point into the tournament, it doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume, favored on Bind. And yet FPX came out, they won the pistol, they won the bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going. They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PaperX have only lost 3 key rounds here. Yeah. The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing, isn't it? Just waiting as well, getting a restart on one of the players' PCs. Just to give you a quick update here with the tech pause. But there needs to be an answer from PaperX. Something to make it work with this Euro composition. Right now, Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then they'll try and take some areas of the map. And once they actually execute, it's too late. It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity. Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
And the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
to crown a Masters winner.
Ya gitu.
We'll be getting hopefully into the
Gelap
round
merah.
shortly. Said Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for PaperX, I think. At times they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing. These guys, they've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with just their play style.
Bring back
I want to take a look, though, at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here. And one of them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan, in terms of their run throughout this tournament,
Oh no, hati ya stiker.
all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this, because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off the safety, get aggressive, but Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event, and his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
And yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of PaperX that you expect, you know, those heavy hitters Forsaken and Jing. Really just all the
nek main Valorant kok ya, layarnya udah cedek.
Honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite
Gue mau gaming tak loh. PPS tak. Kita nggak usah kayak gitu, nggak apa-apa kok.
Hopefully heading back into the action soon enough here.
Kayaknya sing serot iku ya ngono deh main ini. Motornya cedek be. Layarnya.
As we look to get going again very shortly. Specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find some level of value. But Forsaken is always the tip of the spear, and that tip has been broken off. And it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday. I mean,
and I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fade to Sage introduces this even slower, even more soul-sucking variant of their default.
Well, looks like hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here.
Forsaken no. Kerasukan RD.
Anu. Kutukannya RD.
Bisa ditunggu-tunggu Yorwe kill nol.
You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board. Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
Nah, ketemu enggak cuma ngepick cuma cari info.
They're so passive though, Josh.
Their positions are carved in stone.
Look at how far back they are. Just looking at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give anything up. Angel has obviously lurked his way into this forward position, but now to contact reclear.
Tiga orang tuh ngepecok. Asu.
All these players, are they going to be able to catch this? It's a position they know.
Ah.
He's played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate mind free.
Aduh.
Even two kills. The clone finding it a little bit there to flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing.
Sedih.
He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao.
Mereka bener-bener attacker tapi main kayak defender bener-bener. Karena tahu PaperX pasti ngerot.
Sage were blocking a portion of it. The money's not good on the side of the Vi and Jing. Defender's play honestly is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX is starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah. Bit of a solo play for them. And
Tamat mana lagi?
This time though, it is a timeout.
Wah.
From PaperX.
A tactical one.
Yes.
Nah, iya.
And Alex is going to be barking out.
Pisui iki ambe Alex.
Honestly, it does feel like Paperex been getting baited.
Soringu goblok, makanya tak coba pakai Yoru.
You made the comment FPX carved in stone, it seems like.
Makanya kemarin pakai Yoru buat latihan pemanasan.
Playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by Paperex, and it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push.
Bisa lihat semua
I
layar.
think Paperex had the right idea a few rounds ago. Going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and force FPX to exec into you. Take some area of the map, like Showers for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further. Although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from Paperex's side that were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take Showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet, though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
And Jing could do some solid work with it. And honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. I mean, one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that Paperex have been able to play on the stage together.
Very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Dua dia.
Robot taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it, though. But Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan going to be satcheling away. Another one in play. But the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds it over control. Still along in a second one.
Nice.
Jing ripping off the heads. Forsaken from behind. The pincer.
Aduh.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here.
Wah, kelas sih gak karu-karuan.
Paperex do anything similar.
Gagal langsung
Marshall in his hands.
Ini 13-0 saya kira.
What a difficult ask it is.
Aduh.
Weapon's not ideal. A bit of a jiggle information. He's going
Oh
no
shit.
scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swings against who takes the crossfire. Another one on the board. Brutal for Paperex.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds. And then pulls this off when his team is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into Hookah, and that's exactly what Paperex were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish. But not even that round has been working. Paperex must be scratching their heads at this point. This time though, Paperex
Tadi yang rese apa namanya, langsung lari ke belakang saya, jadi 3 orang ngejar.
Pancuk.
Who's replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Boom. Aduh. Profil cita-cita.
Gak iso bro. Dia mainnya ngeras ya.
Down the drain to try and get the high ground advantage. Just down to Benkai once more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters
Copenhagen.
Paperex are getting choked out.
Aduh cok, tumpahan.
Paperex keep wanting to land these big haymaker blows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
It was a question that we were putting up time again over this tournament. That is
Ngono lho, gak ketok wonge padahal.
Iku cok. Aduh, akeh Smurf ya iki cok, Smurf kita.
Aduh.
The past few series, he's leveled up, elevated.
Ngamuk, Alex ngamuk.
At this point, the oldest.
Ngeras bertiga kalah kabeh.
Showcasing itself here.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative.
Guys, FPX tahu kalau bakal ngelor terus.
It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. and he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone down short, trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Sugetsu refuse to bite.
Wait,
Through the walls, Angel. Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again, and oh, so many of the
Forsaken ki 0 loh. Enggak, tadi ada nge-kill. Headshot kali. Kayaknya dia sering mati pertama deh.
Absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information, and here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds.
Map, nice.
They to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
3 lawan 3 masih bisa. Oh no lo di. Waduh, gak kena di.
What the fuck?
Ay man.
Every play from FPX has an answer.
Aduh,
and now the res comes through and
Wah, jancuk.
One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way
Time though.
of the APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so.
Aduh, gimana sih, Cuk?
No!
Pas ngono. Masih tipis-tipis ngono, rek.
Jancuk.
Tadi kena ultinya Bridge. Wah.
It is just impossible for FPX to win right now. Take a look at the replay here. Ben Kai does an amazing job of spamming down
Itu mati lagi pada terakhir.
and the trade is just instant from Sugetsu with a second.
Wah, ini GG next game lah lagi, Cuk.
So tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
Boom.
FPX, it feels from the style that they play, they're just... Oh, now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to...
Work with, but Ben Kai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but for Forsaken,
what the fuck?
The flash to try and
Loh, Forsaken apa sih? Yang mana?
Apa, Cuk, niku?
Awkward timings. FPX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
Yeah, you never anticipate that. The round 11 conditioning.
Forsaken kayak ngerasa aman karena
ada. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nades. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking.
4 lawan 4 sih.
FPX is the 4v4, but trying to retake it.
Tapi dua orang pistol.
Again, impeding them, they can't get through it.
Dua orang.
Bogged down by all the utilities. That's not off to the side. Shots just not
Aduh.
Wah, CC ngawur gitu.
What a star this guy has been.
Aduh.
13-0
Mati, Cuk. Hina anjing, sumpah. Iki map pertama lu.
Map pilihannya FPX lagi.
Ya.
Lanjutin map pilihannya FPX.
Absolute heartbreak.
Gila. Kosong, Cuk. Nggak apa-apa, kita aja pernah menang 10-2 loh.
Enggak, kayak iso. 12 malu gak ada gue. Nice.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Wah, fuck iso ngono, Cuk.
Jan, Forsaken iki ngetru, Cuk, sumpah.
So far in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations, but this map has been a completely different story.
Yeah, what is the response? What is the answer to this one? One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half. And again, Zipan, Xiao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock gets, though, the better Mindfreak and Ben Kai's ultimates become. And so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players over by lamps.
No way. With the one still, the trade
Wah, kita
return.
CC mana?
I will find it. frontal to the back, but this lurk into the back of the site. Oh, it's so unsuspecting. The spike drop down. Players finding it. Benkai. Has he got the read?
Benkai dipredik.
It is a game of timings. To the back of it, 17 seconds around. The play is being made. A bit of pace now injected. Shao, wall in play, spike in his hand. The ult. Rolling button to try and deny, and that is going to be enough time. You just need to survive, Benkai. You just need to survive. 2 seconds left into it.
Nice.
And he does get it.
11-1.
The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for FPX. Not even keeping the player alive to rejoice at the end.
Per second
They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brandon Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of FPX?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jinx first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This is so, it has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind, because it's not their gameplay that's lacking, because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here, Sugetsu and Xiao Bala. They're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half.
Itu loh, jadi gara-gara Resi ketarik 3 orang.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for FPX forces them to play this more aggressively, and then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed it most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, FPX have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bind, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against FPX, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes, and guess what? FPX does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against FPX.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for FPX, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brandon Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how FPX can get back into this one.
That's certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time title spot, no, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack.
Aduh. Asik. Aduh. Nice.
Berapa? 2 lawan 2.
Confidence back under their belts.
Plan.
Down to the 2v2. Spike. It's got to be planted here. The players are low. Snake right off to the side. Boy almost going down.
Enggak, bisa di wallpin.
He'll die to a cold breeze.
Positioning is not there right now for FPX, but Xiao and Sugetsu.
One of the other problems is Mind Freak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing is absolutely everything. Positioning known.
Nice.
Swing. The shot still being found. Xiao.
Fuck lah.
FPX making their way back in this map. Oh boy, scattered to the winds with that pistol round loss.
Mental break gitu.
Ping VCT kok bener-bener apa? Dua kelas.
He has been clinical with these. Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning a third of 1v2s. That is super
orang itu paling bawah itu
And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes. But plays still being made.
Nice.
PaperX not slowing down. The confidence
Wasik.
is there.
Wah,
Right
langsung
to the back of the site. Forsaken with the two.
Iso.
Jangan terlalu maju, jangan terlalu.
What the? Wong iki masih kenapa cuk? Defense cuk. Asik.
Nice.
Dua orang lo.
Yeah, does Artis still want to play for this one? That's the question.
Sisa 1, come on. 5 lawan 1 cuk. Boom. Nice.
FPX mainnya maju sampai belakang yuk.
Iya mau Yorune ngeras banget cuk.
Ya emang ngono sih style tapi iya FPX memang ngono style ngeras terus. Nah, gagal tinggal dikit ya.
There is no buffer with the rounds whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to even be.
12-2 iso tau. Kayaknya dulu 10-2 iso tau.
Iso lah.
Iso.
Musuhnya Jumawa iku wis kesalahan.
Masalahnya
taktik yang sama cuy.
Apa dik?
Maksudnya musuhnya gak Jumawa.
Kiri kanan cuk. Kau sudah tahu ada musuh. Se mati. Aduh, gak mati.
Ih. Aduh. Deket tuh.
Nice. Sisa satu.
Smoke cuy.
No fuck lah. Nice.
Ayo cok, comeback cok.
Musuhnya gak Jumawa kan.
Iki nek
jaga kiri kanan kok.
Iki nek comeback harga diri hancur cok.
They've only lost one map on their run through the upper final, PaperX. It was bind to Optic, but it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't this. And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering their competition at home. Yeah. Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
Oh, popped off there for Forsaken, going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information.
Taktiknya yang ini Yoru sama Brick nyari ya.
Into the corner, bit of a body block in action as well. Flash it to the side. Jing with the satchel play.
One.
The hold and the running and gutting. Eventually Jing is shut down.
Aduh, santai cok. Aduh.
Again, make his mark.
Nembak rata-rata itu.
Nah,
per second lagi ya.
Mati.
Waduh.
Angel with 4.
Nah.
This could be it.
Wow.
Killing blow. A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half on the defuse. Mind
Oh
freak.
god, isa.
No one's sticking it.
Mati.
Down to him.
Aduh.
FPX.
Berat turu ae lah cok.
Number 1.
It's an absolute statement opener from FPX. People were calling bind an easy win for PaperX, a guaranteed one on the board. Yeah. Absolutely not. FPX
Salah taktik pada sebenarnya apa namanya? Masih tadi yang apa ulti mereka tetap mencar kan. Gak cuma nyari trade. Jadi mereka cuma butuh satu.
Yorune gak guna sama sekali cok sumpah.
Aimnya lagi bermasalah loh Yoru itu. Iya.
What the fuck?
Yorune aimnya lagi gak.
Saya iki yo jago sih, bangsat sih.
Yeah, absolutely it was.
No.
Angel and it ends up at the top of the scoreboard. Just choosing to take the game into his own hands, especially in the final round there, to be able to get the ult online, destroy the
Terus
postplan
break
setup,
antar
and
match
carry that
piro
forward.
suwi?
FPX have everything going for them right now, despite
Karo
the
aku.
2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd performance overall as well. And honestly, it's only going to get
Kecewa cok aku.
Jadi susah sih lah FPX itu sabar tuh. Ketok mereka mundur. Iya. Percuma agresif kalau mainnya kalau gak ketemu. Mereka dengar apa? Ngeras langsung mereka mundur, jaga angle dulu.
Adek gue nyerah, Cuk. Gak lihat Valorant, Cuk. Literally dia main Valorant, Cuk, saya itu, Cuk.
Ini season tadi, main Valorant tadi.
Sedih saya, Cuk, sumpah.
Mana Wahyu? Gak ada Wahyu.
Panggil.
M-nya lagi jelek sih memang sih, harusnya Wahyu.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on redbullcampusclutch.com.
Ya, belum panas. Biasanya match pertama kan gitu. Aimlet ya.
Lapar Cok.
Dia ketemu dengan Valorant, Cok, sampai itu. Udah deh, padahal best ke betting baru, Cok, deh.
FPX pas ketemu counter mereka dulu, FPX tuh. Counter ngerasa itu.
Santai.
Masih mereka jaga angle tuh, dengar ngerasa langsung mereka mundur dikit langsung jaga angle ya kan.
4 second-nya muacu.
Kemarin ya sih, aku nonton mereka main kemarin yo. Mesti 4 second-nya sing loncat-loncat masuk tuh.
Counter strike. Di counter strike.
Ini 20 detik mana ini?
Dan orang-orang yang modelnya kayak 10Z gitu nggak main dah.
Gak tau. Sentino.
Saya belum main nih sekarang. Belum main rasanya.
Belum main ini maksudnya gak main Valorant.
Duh, main. Cuma rasanya nanti, nggak sekarang. Gila.
VCT Master, bukan champion seperti yang seluruh dunia. Ini rasanya master
kayak turnamen cilik loh aku intinya. Tapi yo gak cilik sih, yo gede gitu termasuk ada sih.
Mungkin buat nyari tiket ke sana mungkin.
Tahu. Cuma mereka pasti main. Intinya pasti main. Ono slot tuh soalnya. Mereka ngontak slot masuk gak main.
I'm so sorry to laugh.
Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage, didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose, and it was really, really difficult for any of the players on PaperX to get going.
Gila piro ya gue?
The entire game
0,7.
was getting countered.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was sitting back over towards Fountain? Yeah. He's like, I know you're going to come running down at some point. This is something that Optic didn't read before.
Gila musuhnya di atas 1 kabel.
We'll talk about it later, where Optic walks straight into the trap. FPX
Sing Xiao sampai 3,9 ya.
hours to know what those traps are and not step in them. That's very impressive.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly with this being played a few times now, I think they will have prepped for this earlier in the tournament. They've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced up against her, and I think FPX are the masters of
operasi apa yang mahal ya ini? $650,000 price
all night long and he goes, do you know what, I found these few things I enjoyed. Oh, did you have a nice sleep? And he's like,
juga yo lele dapat orang bikin bisnis ya nggak apa-apa, berarti nggak perlu kerja seumur hidup. Kok sekarang lomba ban, lomba sing api.
Looked a little bit uncharacteristic here. Divine also didn't have the best map either. Here these stats are quite frankly it's just not
It's really difficult. I mean, when your entire
dia sering mati pertama soalnya.
How does any player get going when that everybody's
Welek cok mainnya sumpah.
revolves around being aggressive, being able to
Enggak iki ndase ngelu cok wong iki.
Dirk's perspective as well, but the York stuff that Forsaken usually goes for, which is aggressive, didn't work early, and then ever since then, these first 2
Welek cok sumpah mainnya.
Ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heaven. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive. Exchange, but by that point, it was a little too far gone.
Bagus padahal. Wih gitu, gak mati Rek.
The typical thing that you see from PaperX on that defensive side.
The other thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponents uncomfortable to the point where they're either having to aggress.
Mau nyoba main Valorant tadi. Coba skill 4 second nyambung nang kondi. Terus 4 second kena kutukanmu di.
It made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Brett and Sideshow hit the nail on the head when they're like, oh man, I think the PRX players are getting itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can really play mind games with, and I think that's the kind of benefit that FPX has now. They wondered, could there be a team in the world that could outpace or reverse pace, maybe a little reverse engineering of the pace that we see PRX put on the board consistently in FPX? Finally, they've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter what the team.
Yeah,
I'm really getting ahead of myself.
This is what I always say. It's a marathon. It's a best of 5.
It could be a sprint.
We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're going to take a look at the AIM Lab shoot around. We have this in the fan zone here in the forum. A lot of fans want to try their hand and see
Kalian
what
masih ada
kind of
yang
score
pakai
they
AIM
can
Lab
get
dah?
here. Yeah, this is
Enggak,
not bad. So
nggak
what do
pakai.
you guys think?
I think
Dulu cuma pakai
honestly,
semua.
I think someone needs to kick him off
Poster,
and maybe get someone a little bit better on that.
Are you even using the right sense?
Oh no.
Dang, no, actually.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixos in the building. We've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well. Anyone of them want to go have a go?
You don't want them to show him up that bad, do you? Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let Poster.
You get Zaz on the decks, like, no one stands a chance.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on AIM Lab. I am sure of it. But as we've been saying, potentially seeing 5 maps, Jess, like you said. Maybe we just see 3 today. I hope not.
I don't want to sprint.
We are going to move on to Icebox here, where, you know, traditionally I think people might be a little bit more confident playing into PaperX here. And Bala, you said that you
Ternyata Split bisa dimain loh, kok. Main di kompetitif tak di ban loh.
Well, I think FPX gets a bad rap on this map because the last 4 times they played it.
Iya, PRX oh. Yang di sini kan apa? Pearl soalnya belum ada.
So I think that they're really comfortable. I really like the fade that they've been implementing on this map, more than I think I've seen from any team trying to implement the fade on this map.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru on Icebox? I know this is a ridiculous statement, but they don't bring it back. Good. Well, then if they make those minor adaptations they have been making, obviously I was a little bit worried that Shao wasn't running the fade before he brought it. That was a tiny little counter. They didn't do the FPX
Hero-nya siapa, Cok? Kok
going
gak
to change
anu?
their entire composition, their entire identity. They've been able to do that and come to this. So I wonder if there's micro changes here too.
One of the things
So, masuk Yoru mana, Rek? So,
I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is after what
trauma deh. Stop saya pakai Yoru.
Bukan trauma, maksudnya saya expect.
Soalnya 4 second main Chamber, Yoru atau Neon kode.
Yo, dia ngono.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history.
Ini yang disimpan di Fracture nanti kan? Biasanya Fracture neonnya apa ya?
But out of the times they've lost the first match.
Wah, enak ya, ikut sih. 2 monitor. Duduk main guyu-guyu.
I don't like that stat, so I'm going to choose to
ignore it. Kertas-kertas samping keluaran.
But usually they win their best of 5 3-0. They are clean when it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go 1 map down, things don't usually go their way. But the saving grace is most of the times they didn't have Jing. This was kind of the
we're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of PaperX because it goes against my narrative of they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different, and obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest map. Like for whatever we could say about, okay, FPX, whatever, this is PaperX weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5, they have to move this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Weakest map.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of too uncomfortable for us rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those two bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how PaperX is only 1 on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because PaperX looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really do have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
Or we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here. But what are you expecting from PaperX?
I think in the past they were still running their jet.
Tonton, Jinx pasti race, Cok. Oh, guy.
We'll see if they stick with that.
Set, Cok, deh. Jinx pakai. What the fuck?
Necessarily mind that.
Serius, Cok.
Jinx pakai hero pun tuh beda ikut toh, beda kayu. Jinx pakai Sage. Oke. Biasanya yang pakai Sage itu bengkai atau ninja.
He's one of the most underrated chambers just because it's not one of these.
Kok ini terus
ganti strategi.
For him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been
Second tetap strategi itu.
Ras.
Mau terus Des maju, Des maju.
I know.
Berarti guys, mereka yang bisa nge-stun nge-splash ke Ona ya. Ini kan karena duelis sih. Wah, mereka main defense.
Iya, main defense. Makanya aku ganti.
Icebox berarti defense, full defense ya?
So it's like a layer where you have to find out which one is on either side. And I think that will be a
ya apa cara ngerasa nggak sih bisa butain sama apa?
I asked you this before, Barla. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep of this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards PaperX?
I think for sure, like hiding the strats on Icebox is definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the momentum being in FPX's side, and I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Ayo.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk crew. Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forwards, like the desk was saying.
Yeah, and no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdogs. They believed in themselves, of course. Even with a stand-in, they were saying they would make top 4. But I think this is their opportunity to really prove it. Denied the chance at Iceland, where everyone would have been able to see
just how good they might have been. Pistol round underway. PaperX got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. The dash engage already on the top of 410. Forsaken. Bit of space taken. Off to the side, though, and off with your head, Hardis. What a shot. Right round it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation, but already FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit. Shots rattle off. Benkai.
Asik.
They finally broke the other piece of it, but their players are falling as well.
Shao up though. Shao just trying to stick it halfway.
Shit.
Oof. Wah, stop.
Oh, fuck.
They return back into the fray, around on the board, and it's the pistol.
Let's go.
To get themselves back into this series,
Mulaan yang baik, Cok.
they can win these maps. Take a look at how this one goes down. Shao trying to put the wall up in front. He was players in these post-plant kind of setups. The hype that you need to see.
You gotta see it.
They normally play with such joy in their game.
Balas Cok 13-0 Cok. Enak.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. The goal, champions, maybe take it a bit further, but
boom.
here on the
Sick.
stage,
Nice.
the opportunity
Nice,
to try
Jing.
and grasp
Oof.
Nah.
Sick.
Wow. And Jing is right there as well.
Asik.
Getting run down by Xiao, but that's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Look at this.
Wancho.
Giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
Nice.
Sugetsu gets 2 deaths on the board far quicker than previously on Bar.
Yep.
PaperX starting things off with a bang here on Icebox.
Iki.
The position has a lot of aggressive elements to it.
Really does.
You look towards the Jet and the Chamber, but actually it's going to be Forsaken and Jing still. Jing on Sage is going to be running you down a lot. So you've got this triple threat that FPX are going to have to try to deal with on their defense side.
Yeah, a lot of his play is going to be on top of his own walls, but here's
we
the
got
bonus round for PaperX.
Little mid to B setup, a set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
One over the top. No play's been revealed. The Cloudburst just
Ah,
comes
fuck.
and Zipan, what a shot.
Using the information that was given to him by Angel in mid, pre-aiming that position from Forsaken perfectly.
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? PaperX don't want to waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Xiao, of course.
Iku ul baik iku dit.
Kenapa nggak berapa kayak gitu? Kenapa nggak berapa pikiran?
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well, Josh.
He moves forwards, get caught by Sugetsu.
How do you regain position here? That's a good start. Falling, but the double up again. Bulldog, what a
Oh, yang mana?
Oh, Kisawi.
Shut down, still denied. The
Itu masalah
Byron
Kisawi.
goes their way.
Aduh.
Good control.
Ngecit iku.
Iyo, gak sehat itu cowok.
Kisawi.
Impact kills in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his
Santai.
wall.
Mereka vandal tuh,
If
mereka
you start
beli
to
tuh.
break it, if you spam it down, if you want to try and get the plant, Xiao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall.
Sure.
He's always going to be favored there unless you expect
Ono
it.
armor ya?
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plan from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more.
Posisinya
apa? Bisa di atas
yang bermusuh enak.
So no information really going to be gained.
Jing is going to be loving to search for these early kills, but it actually feels to me like Ardis is going to be the player under pressure. You see where Forsaken is the tip of the spear for PaperX. And Ardis,
Mantap.
expecting the jiggle and
Predicted.
Defy is there.
Predicted Defy.
Great opener.
And that spreads the defensive side thinner over towards B. Zipan's still got a nade to be able to
Jauh terlalu maju per second.
try and deny the plan.
Nggak bisa.
Rotates to come through.
Barusan ngedes apa cok for second.
Yellow box with the wall up.
Ada si Yellow.
Trying to get denied there, yep, the fragment. That's good.
What an awesome play.
Yep, pushes
The
them away.
underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto Jing.
They do eventually get that plant down though, and still Divide holding down this long sight angle. Operator,
Sing Xiao iki keren cok mainnya asu.
a kill to find.
Look at the swing as well. Oh, Angel, I thought he was going to go for it.
Flash
With a
push. Tries to make the play, but the res online once more gonna hold it though.
Nice.
Positioning no. Half on the diffuse.
Nice.
Eat shit.
Second.
No.
PaperX.
Lagi wicket top mereka. Semoga menang terus dari situ.
Awful approach.
Oh, masih ada satu dari lurking mid ya sih.
Here to play now, Josh.
Oh, nice. Dan kayak posisinya nice.
Already
Dikira tadi bunuh
really
hit.
nice answers.
Dikira selesai.
Ardis' aggression
Cool.
was a very crucial element of how they managed to go 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao was
Kayak ngono
going
kok
for.
main. Bengoke kayak ngono kok.
So that puts FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series.
Feels like it, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know.
yeah, they just demolished.
Ayo Iko. Dia terlalu banyak mati. Pokoknya.
Over the top, yeah, that's going to be a horn pushing back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with a TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands.
Yeah.
See if they can gamble on it being an A-hit.
Stacking the side. There was a
Kanan
moment though,
pasti
Angel
ono.
having to reclear and watch mid just in case. Player
Masuk gak dicek deh mereka.
works their way in.
Habis feeling
Again,
masih.
that sees and it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it.
Aduh.
Positioning there. Xiao tries to wiggle around with the movement. The play.
Why?
Aduh, pecah cuk. Aduh.
Shots though, Ardis still headhunter. This guy is a dangerous element.
Mantap.
Rattling it off.
Terus kena
one
senjata
after the
loh.
other.
Muat terus.
Rewarded.
Forsaken's extremely weak as well.
Waduh.
Trying to escape. Oh, wait, does he survive? Bringing him down to 7 HP. Now the knife across the side. The plan still not going down.
Gatal kung sa
Now
kalar.
finally they can get into it. But positioning
Wah,
is still
Jason.
there. FPX over the top. Zipan into nest. Only has the sheriff got a reload against the wall now.
Dua tuh.
He knows roughly where the players
Wow,
are. Off to the back. But Forsaken,
Oh,
a great
yeah.
swing to try and shut down.
Low ada.
Wani mati cok wong iki.
Oh, Forsaken harus mulai kembali loh.
Fairly close eco round for FPX. But
Harus mulai kembali loh.
Forsaken
Forsaken gak ada uang yang lain.
And I think that speaks to the mentality they've come into this map with. Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
There's a watch party in Singapore.
They are starting to believe.
Wah, time out gue akhirnya pertama kali.
I think they forced a timeout from FPX.
Saatnya coach mereka marah-marah tuh. Gantian. Gak, coachnya biasanya chill.
Scoreline domination that we managed to achieve. I guess it doesn't mean too much. But this is what I wanted to see, honestly, Josh, from FPX coming into this. You can't turn up to the grand finals, not be willing to play with that confidence that you've shown the entire time in Masters 2.
I totally agree. I think it was simply a case of FPX's aggression getting countered in map 1. And they didn't exactly have anything to fall back on when it came to buying. But we know that this team has more than just aggressive set plays. Of course. We've seen fantastic mid-round by Benko. Awesome lurking like Forsaken even.
Dia lo bawa domba dia gue.
Mindfreak has been
Iku sing sapa?
one of, if not the best
Pengkai.
You'll have to have that discussion with Shao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a map where it works. Forsaken looking like he wants to some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody.
Gak ada. Mereka nggak ada yang agresif yang FPX.
The adjustment here, you can see Ardis now.
Iya, mereka masih nunggu.
Tour de force in hand. Over the plane towards B-man. That information, that jump peak gets risky.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcase though.
Hey.
He's just managing to find good information about where Ardis is positioned. There are so many different angles that Ardis can play, but he's got to stay within a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
Asik.
Nice.
Sip.
Jing.
Asik
Aduh, di dalam smoke. Nice, Jing. Jing. Kiri, belakang pojok.
Kedua di depan crowd final. Dua-duanya ranks.
Mantap. Gila. Seru, Cok.
Kedua di depannya crowd sebenarnya.
Cok. Set gak kayak set anjing.
Karena util, karena apa pakai aim head. Ih, gak pakai util loh dia.
Heal tadi nge-heal itu.
Nge-heal toh deh.
Pakai aim head.
Mantap.
Oh, mulai maju.
Langsung mati dah semua.
Mantap the fight.
Waduh. Ah shit.
Keterusan.
Asik.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Di golan 2. Bisa.
Santai. Mereka semua pakai hobi soal.
Wah.
Lo, aduh.
The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired it, a bit of an upgrade for him.
And not just that, the ultimate's here.
Nightfall for a nightfall.
Males tuh.
Swings
No, line up.
but it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready.
Mati.
Nice.
Line up itu bagus ya. Line up saja di mana bomnya?
Mantol itu. Mantol tembok sekali.
Di box kayu.
Dipelajari abis itu iki.
Penting gitu.
Sing aku bisa sing di belakang. Dia iso nang box kayu. Jadi api ngono ya. Bisa semua.
Iki kelihatan. Dia replay rasa. Oh, gak di replay.
Aduh, gak di replay. Bomnya default ya? Iya, default kayu apa? Default apa tali?
They're getting overwhelmed. And what was working so fantastically for FPX on their attack side
Ya rotate.
Tipikal mainnya kita aja.
Kamu persikan disikat maju. Ditembak semua.
Ulonnya muter-muter. Kanan, bukan.
Yuk.
Aduh.
Moves through off the ropes, a bit of noise being made as well as you step into that slow orb.
Nice.
Benkai having to recover the spike.
Nice.
Finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position up.
Bisa cok, bisa cok.
Posisinya Mindfreak enak.
To get detected by the 0 point.
Jangan aku sing dibingung sih macam ngono.
The defense spreads so thin.
That was his cue, I think, as well. A lot of big information gathering tools for FPX, the Haunt and the Knife was used a couple of seconds prior. And Mindfreak could get some serious value.
How does the timing work here? Can he find a way past Zipan?
Timing! Ah, shit!
Kill mati masih di sini.
Wah, aduh ketahuan lagi.
But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Divide. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
A good response exactly when
Ente.
Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak, the lurk through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to happen.
30 seconds.
As soon as you see the
Niklas
mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap the play and anchoring. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Selanjutnya ki apa ini?
Great answer for FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well.
Kita nggak main. Kita lo nggak main, Bu.
I have. Don't worry. So now Ardis with
Kita cuma nonton, nobar.
Nonton championnya Valorant.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking
Ono orang Indo soalnya.
try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making, obviously. Ash was enabled, has to spend
Nah, langsung hancurin tuh.
and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous though. Back to safety, but the Viper's pit is down. FPX want to be fighting over this one. 2 for nail positioning. Sugetsu reveals it. I believe the Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Divide is doing all sorts of work.
FPX are going to have to be cautious here.
Tahan terus.
Such a player advantage. Try and fake out a little bit more counterplayers Forsaken there with the tap.
Where do they
Ash.
Ash. To the side. Come from 3 kills. What a play.
Nice.
Finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round. And finally, a nightfall.
Plan cowok, what the fuck?
No sound.
Jangan plan. Kalau plan jadi 2 versus 1.
Close underneath time. Running solo. Could come down to absolutely anything, but with the horn revealing it, down to the side.
Aduh,
kiri.
Shao's been so good.
Ah, shit. Ah, jangan.
Oh, jangan.
Bagus kok jadi sih, yo.
Cok, timingnya tuh
Timing, bro.
Timingnya benar-benar pas.
Almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here.
Ngawur gitu. Hampir 3 orang kok.
Headshot pak.
Mana? Throughout that entire round, FPX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility they are dumping into the position next to Generator, they're never afraid of anything else.
Mereka nggak mau keras sih, 2 orang. Mereka masih dirasa berkali-kali mereka tetap jaga 2 orang.
Shades, I think, towards that Icebox gameplay.
Oh, kerit, smart sama Kobe, kerit. Perat Kobe semua. Bahaya ki orang gila itu.
Oh, nice.
FPX For a second bahaya. What the fuck? Sawi. Ayo.
Nice. Gak apa-apa.
3 lawan 3 di revive di sana.
One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player
Mereka semua masih di base semua. Nice.
Should note a noise being made that this is leaning towards the A site now. The plant, no players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one.
Viper mati deh.
That player advantage.
Main cuma mati guys apa? Guys ngeracun.
Iya.
Flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. The post plant positioning be incredibly difficult to deal with.
Oh, Dewi langsung di atas pun. Mereka pede kalau atas pun.
Das. Nice. Oh. Jing. Nice. Jing.
Define.
Loh.
Loh, apa nggak nunggu aja? Angle juga sih. Dari posisinya guys, iya.
And that is a thrifty FPX.
Wah,
barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
For second sama Mindfreak.
Oh, to get to landing shots like that can't hurt either.
Just outstanding.
Look how calm he is.
Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even get to this point. Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
And none of their players
Ulti.
experience an international master before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Been denied too many
Oh. Timing. Mampus Raimu, cok.
What the fuck?
Lebih jago chamber Ken itu.
Crossfire, we're going to be blocking this one, Zipan. One's going to be taking so much space.
Di atas, hancur di atas, cok. What the fuck?
Nice one aku.
Aduh, kemaju. Nah.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake.
Nggak bisa. Cuman di gertak-gertak gak sih? HP ini lo.
And just playing with it.
Wancur.
FPX have gone from getting crushed on bind to playing with their food on Xbox.
Relentless. It's like we're watching a
playing with their food, no kata-kata itu. Mereka echo bisa ini.
Every single fight. We mentioned it prior. This
Jadi lagi boleh. Bener-bener attacker stage.
Issues players having to play in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage here, and it's in the grand finals.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it. Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking exceptionally dangerous.
Mampus.
Iki sebagai jalan pendek tadi lo, Ardis tuh. Tapi angkel.
Aneh loh, liatan mereka mainnya retake tuh.
Mereka bener-bener takut kalau diras pokoknya. Lo terkenal ngeras ya kan?
Nice trade, nice revive. Oh shit!
Let's go!
Gini sih ngawur.
Tadi masih tumpul tuh.
So, kill 18, cok.
18 kills for Jing. And an awesome half from Devi as well.
Absolutely. Analyst desk, is this what you wanted to see from
Namanya Jing, coba orang Indo ya. Yang lebih kerasa dulu namanya.
I think this is what we all want
Wah,
to
time
see
out mana?
on map number 1. We're
93
used to
kan
seeing
ada
the
toh.
Shao show, and
Pindah
who
lah.
needs
Oh,
to
93. Oh, ganti. Oh, half.
top the stuff the Shao's brought us. Jing, absolutely incredible.
Tapi gak tau iki sih bahaya sih. Musuh sabar lah, terus kayaknya apa ngeras terus lah bisa bahaya sih.
And then to put up this performance on Sage, who early in the tournament he played against Gilda, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many assists, you know.
Asisnya gak usah, gak butuh asis.
How dare he? Yeah.
Support deh lu.
Means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner, that's what you call it. But
I
no,
love
Mantap.
it. Imagine ending a
Mantap.
18-10. You end up 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in
Wah,
particular.
ada wallpaper terus tambah boleh deh.
I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls
Langsung
coming in
instant
from I
revive.
think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jink's great understanding of positioning, angles.
Dia nge-revive lu dengan keyakinan penuh kok deh.
Some of these times where it looks like
Mas Yokonsoku mati, yang penting aku nge-kill lo.
he knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely not.
Rainnya bener-bener santai.
After you kill the second and then you carry on. So then it still counts.
Overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was alright. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from the previous map. Their pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind. So I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well. Jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know it's.
Red Bull tuh apa? Kopi apa? Minuman energi.
We're moving to the attacking side though for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6.
Bisa milih player ini.
Swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PaperX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series here in our grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. But PaperX definitely rebounding with great confidence.
And look at Hardis
Map
all the way
selanjutnya
down at
apa?
the bottom
Oh,
of the
Factor.
scoreboard. He
Map
was the
pilihan
player
itu
that came alive on Chamber when FPX played against Optic here, dominating Yay. On this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack.
Oh.
Sini ngonor.
I think PaperX just
Per second
barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of
Gak mau maju.
mereka meracing mundur-mundur semua. Mereka SP kalau maju, tapi kali ini PaperX gak maju.
Bisa terlalu
ujung aja. Wes adaptasi wes gak maju-majuan. Liga maju sih aman sih. Jaga-jaga angle lah, angel lah.
But that also means that there's going to be
Kena hati.
Mereka masih stick to the plan.
Jika baik ya. Chamber.
Took a shot though, has to back.
Kena damage.
Jatuh atau apa tadi rasanya?
Hah?
Enggak, lebih dari setengah. Enggak.
Ditembak rasanya.
Ditembak gitu. Dua orang oke, bagus. Dua orang roket.
Benkai's already read it.
Gets
back in
siap-siap
position, ready to
masuk.
throw his horn.
Nice.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The horn to the back, and it's going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with a snipe and a horn for a horn, but that is through the wall. Benkai's found.
Santai.
Ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly.
Oh shit.
Hati tuh.
Kena racun.
Dia loncat ke lautan juga.
Mindfreak, he's got all the utility to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now.
Oh shit.
Aduh.
Gets it. Mindfreak though still that new
Ayo, dipik.
Santai. Biar pelan. Menang tuh.
Untung.
Angel sudah kebal. 10-3 menang pistol WNI. Angel kembali loh, per second terus kepala.
Cuk.
Dibalas tadi kan 13-3 tadi skill sedikit.
A complete and utter opposite. FPX did get the plant down.
Kok akses pakai bulldog ya?
Penguin.
Looks like they're going to go for a force as well. 7 rounds to the
Lumayan ya Adi, ini belajar pakai bulldog.
Rasanya karena bulldog tembak 30 peluru terus kalau kon apa namanya armor like armor langsung mati lah. Boleh coba biar pakai Spectre terus kan. Line up. Oke sih enggak sih.
Ngeras iki.
Mereka Eko. Force play lebih tepatnya.
Wow, itu rek, Jumawa. Mereka force bayar angel.
Man.
Mati.
Loh, kiri ono mana rek? Aduh, Forsaken. Nice. Nice. Wow. Man. Nice. Aduh. What the fuck itu?
Aduh, kalah. Tapi force by si angel.
But still a major journey to go if they want to even
masih swaggy.
But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber, pushing in.
Tadi mainnya di A loh. Karena dua tim karena semua top B. Terus tadi gak ada yang ngapain di B ya? Oh iki B, tiga orang B juga, Karite bagus. Nah, emang kena play. Nah, posisinya bagus.
Aduh, emang mati.
Always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching to help their teammates get in those spots.
Momentumnya masih bisa balas sih, cuma di mana.
Troy.
FPX back with rifles in hand.
Davai ulti.
Oh, Pak Mang dia pakai Spectre, menang itu. Tadi kan Eko tadi.
Eko tadi.
Force buy mereka kok.
Enggak. Sing sebelumnya Eko.
Oh iya, sebelumnya
Eko.
Same similar default on the defense side that we just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively.
FPX saya kan bingung bang cepat maju ya. Gak nunggu belakang maju. Lagi FPX yang maju.
In the regional games, not at this tournament of course. First time they're playing Icebox, still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off. Damage was done prior.
Benkai! Nice!
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there on the top. Able to throw out all of his information.
Bantai itu, aduh, emang nih. Bantai itu.
Nice.
To work with.
A squeeze, man! What a squeeze!
A great round by FPX. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Bell. On the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divide, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B.
Pakai ADS Pak deh.
Everything in the game plan working here for FPX.
Time out.
FPX timeout.
Keringetan.
FPX's utility is so diligent when they go towards B. Angel uses prowlers, haunts, seizes, everything to try and stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divai holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Icebox is an interesting one. In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things, I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury, I think, of slowing them down to crawl on bind when they were playing their attack side, making sure that they could absorb any aggressive plays. It's a little bit different, though. I think you need a lot of bodies, a lot of utility to get into the extremities to even have a chance of getting the plant done in these rounds.
Yeah, on Icebox, the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have control rather, of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them.
It's going to be that buy round on either side.
It looks like aggression again from FPX. This is the setup they had before, with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up. And they buy time for them to get into position with Mind Freak Snake.
Awan sudah mereka.
They answer back in kind.
Bind for sure. We were just talking about how difficult it is to hold such a safe passive default on this map. Immediately afterwards.
Iki, Cok.
Kebaca.
Aggressive strategy over
FPX mulai kembali ke agresifnya mereka main.
Enak-enak menang lu.
Not over pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
When you're not particularly favored, and look at how ready
Oh,
they were for
may
this.
di lah. Sama pasang hal tinggal dek warna itu makan.
I just knew it was coming.
And there is a snake bite. Where they don't want to go for aggression. He's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it.
Mana?
It's more aggression, actually. Bit of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
Nggak pura-pura wall dari kira.
Reset.
A headshot
is done. Yeah.
But barely any.
Aduh.
They miss.
Be kidding me, man.
How is Zipan getting 2 out of that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just been threaded right between the shore. That had to have been it. And the resurrection towards it's online. Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3. Risks need to be taken.
Tapi masih ada ulti.
And Mindfreak looking to be the one going for it.
Oh, apa kira? Aduh, ketahuan. Bener-bener di take coverage.
The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak.
In a 3v5.
And he's dead. He's dead. Just
What the fuck? Oke ya, Cok.
Slow over to the back, Haunt on top of it, Benkai. A monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
It doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
A triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him. There's nowhere to watch.
Sedih.
And Zipan gets 4 in the round.
Eko kerek kalah lagi 11-8 nih jadu.
A jump peek up onto the box to claim his first target.
Gila mereka ngeras 2 round deh. Gue.
Miss it. Forsaken miss, Cok. AWW nih. Gara-gara ikut, Cok, kalah, Cok, ini.
Starting to look just that bit more dangerous, I think, for PaperX.
Oh, nggak nyampe.
FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very diligent.
Coba ya.
Oh, ini gagal man.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
He's happening over towards the A side just to punish the orb being grabbed and Divide. It's going to be that first casualty. Ball dropped off, a fast approach, no time wasted.
Dipakai haunnya benar-benar bagus ya. Apa namanya guys?
Nice. What the fuck? Nice.
Mampus Renu. Tapi tahu. 1v1.
Ayo, Cok.
A bit of a read across the place.
Ay.
A wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still.
Expected atas.
Pasti atas, Cok. Gak mungkin di bawah.
Why? Oh,
yes.
Nice.
Beautiful, Cok.
Of course he does.
Tadi aim bawah deh.
Cok.
Up to map point. 12 on the board now, and that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Right up above, perfect with the repositioning, wasn't it? Gets even managing to land a couple of those shots off onto him, but a 3 puts them on that map point.
Maju kan. Wah, hemat.
Iki kena sakit tadi.
This one right round the side. Nightfall pushing them back, and they're taking the fight right up close into them. Prowler going to be denying the vision, but still.
Aduh, depan.
Right off to the side.
Lo Eman.
Waduh.
They want to end it right now.
Iki bisa.
Divide's on the ropes. This is just absurd.
What the fuck?
On top of Angel's head. Ships in the night.
Shit.
Dodges back, but surely he's going to open himself up to an angle here. No, eventually backing away with the rendezvous, and he's just distracting. The distraction.
Pulang. Duluan satu.
What a timing to catch.
Biarin plan, Cok.
Down to Angel.
Dolan satu cok. Weh.
Tuang.
PPX.
Untung mereka nggak lomba di Indo ya. Lomba di Indo ono nya tuh.
Anjay.
Siap.
Lepas aku nonton.
Nice. Let's go.
Bisa belajar karakter lagi sekalian.
Even in the series, 1-1 apiece, the grand finals. Not quite so one-sided, and there's the biggest fan of Paper X right up close and personal.
Iku fans ya?
Got flags for both teams, I'm sure. That is a great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much. You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. They were still trying to punish the aggression.
Mampus.
Times, and yet you still had moments like this.
Try ini lucu banget. Kayak innocent banget cok.
Di trigger di sini.
Don't get me wrong, FPX looking like they were clean, just trying to answer back, crawl their way into.
Jadi ya apa loh persekan ini? Biasanya kan dia Meiko soalnya. Your Neon.
Next apa ya? Next Factor.
Neon
nih. Neon ambil apa namanya?
Ember nanti.
Race.
Bridge. Yo, Bridge, Chamber, Neon. Coba dua ini. Viper ya?
Kapan ini pakai Viper? Pakai Brim nggak salah.
Brim, bukan Brimstone, bukan kan?
Brim.
Breaking down all the action, setting us up for that crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Adverse welek Pak sumpah.
Gua pakai iklan.
Pakai iklan iku Valorant Cafe.
Satu sama masih dua map 4 apa ya tadi? Aku lupa. Heaven yo.
Gak tahu aku ya lupa. Masih bisa. Perjalanan masih panjang, boys.
response there from PaperX. They take map 2 in this grand final best of 5. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from PaperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they play versus Xerxia. Like, a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with, like, the haunts that they had through the walls, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PaperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from PaperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able to dash away, he's got an unbelievable presence around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think about the kill impact, with the ACS impact, but what he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half, he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he was just getting rinsed by Jing, just running at him, shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of quoted Escape Artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, PaperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being Escape Artist? Oh, yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, but this is where he started to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes in.
It's disrespectful. That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, you take off a little bit. You go, you know, I'm not going to make those same crazy plays I would make all the way back in like Challengers 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing PaperX. And if it's Jing on the stage, if it's Forsaken on the jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of PaperX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can.
You got this,
and
bro.
he's probably going to carry on running as well on a Fracture, which is another next map. We are
Have fun with
moving on.
Breeze.
You know, Bala, we often say when it comes to PaperX, if you let them have Bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. I think after this map, if he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long with the neon rather, and they get the stuns out, and everyone is just shocked. The round has had 10 seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of plays that FPX can put on, but they also condition their opponents to think that's what's coming. So of course FPX is awaiting, but they're a team that is used to waiting. They're used to having 30 seconds left in a round to go get that spike down. So I don't think it'll detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering FPX too much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their own gameplay now.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So do you guys feel like the preparation?
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely. I think for FPX, every single time the preparation is going to matter probably more than any other team. They are excellent at coming in with these counters, and I think ultimately I'm going to look at both the
Neon
when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams
Riz? Yeah.
Again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much sight what is going to be that reliant on the likes of Bengal and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map when it comes to both sides, right? That chamber can be so useful at locking down an area, but also lurking on this map. And that is so hard. I mean, you have to be paying attention to that. Actually, that cost a little bit FPX on Icebox, was how often these types of timings were occurring for them.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a strength over towards A main as well, that they hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, smokes to work with is going to be the key.
Sih dari game pertama pakai Viper terus ya.
That was crazy. Shout out to the observers, by the way. That was like a movie.
Yeah, the fact that they read that
every day. Those guys always smash it. Unless it's a 1v2.
I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers of the 1v2, Tom. You got to be more specific.
No.
But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the FPX train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this one here. Map number 3 in this series. And you two set it up perfectly. A huge advantage to whatever team can end up taking this map coming up, Fracture. I mean, both these teams, they're strangers to this map. They love playing it.
Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both teams' pools. And I think you could argue whoever takes it could well take the series, because you're talking about them being on such even footing. Whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great stuff from both teams at this point. And from FPX, when they were able to take down Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack side.
Loh, langsung dimaju kok.
Try and defend against this hyper aggression.
Wow. Santai. Baru mulai.
Straight out there in the one way as well. Tempers that aggression. All that was going on.
Oh, gue sampai situ.
Discontrol already a drop.
Baru mulai.
Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper wall drop down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations, oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in. No morphs. Glides available to them, but FPX
Persakannya muter-muter, Cuk.
any remaining players that might be
Bahkan dia masuk dari sisi satu nih.
Iya. Asik. Selesai game.
Nice.
That's what you want to see from FPX. Flawless for them on the pistol, and exactly their game plan functioning. They have their slower agents.
FPX ini kayak maju sekali maju bisa sampai base.
Dia gak dimati di soalnya di.
Mereka kayak mari masuk site gitu, dia mau ngerasa langsung sampai base.
Ngomong apa tadi barusan?
Guys.
Enggak, sama iku loh. For second dia ngomong apa tadi? Teriak.
Gak dengar kok. Anjay. Iki siapa sih? Kita coba kira aku bikin memang gini.
Siap. Kayak nemu factor gak boleh lari bro.
Kena cuk.
try and lock this one down, but
Ah, shit.
reveals, crossfire off. It's Angel. Forsaken's taken out, but space is going to be gained now.
Wis sampai
This
di
side should be able to
side.
get that plant off.
And here's another classic of Paper X. Look at the position of Divide coming out for the longest lurk.
Longest lurk. Puter wow, cok.
Gimana Divide itu?
Menang dah ya.
Longest lurk.
Lah, puternya waduh, cok.
Yang penting menang, Cok.
Musuh mesok janji cuma 1-6 dari B masalahnya.
Iya. Saya belum tahu anak siapa ini.
Istilahnya full rush mode pelan-pelan. Wiki.
Mind Freak and Benkai have post-plant lineups. Every part of their play, once they get to the site, is well orchestrated and has extra layers to it. Everything
Masang wall sih. Bro, 5 orang kan ngono, Cuk. Enggak, 4. Oke. Lurkernya mesti ku di.
No stranger to it. Here's the bonus for Paper X.
It's not great.
Betul gue ya. Dapain nunggu enggak maju ya.
Jing is one away from that showstopper too. Benkai choosing to get himself one away.
Dapain mau coba lurk mana?
Ya,
lurk jadi. Wih.
Quick satchel play into the orb. Make sure that that's nice and clear, but he hasn't. Back of the side. That's simple.
Man.
Oh, and he's got the
Dapain ya. Wih, Dapain masih di situ.
the shots.
Hai.
Tempe and Watch Divide, they've caught onto it.
Kau Eko. Bonus round. Anti.
Kasih.
It's gonna be that kind of map, is it?
Posisinya Jingnya tapi kalah senjata. Iya, posisi.
Unseen, unnoticed, able to work around that utility, that Viper utility, to anchor the site and bait the Paper X players in. False sense of security for sure.
That hard anchoring, a bit of a counterplay towards it. You can see that FPX were already ready for these lurks, but again, being played, you can see ults online. That's Benkai holding that Rolling Thunder. It's twice against it, but now still has it online and now sends it through right into sand. Shadow.
Wow, selesai.
It's up to Jing.
What the fuck?
Bergetar-getar.
He's being swarmed surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round. Leaves everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
Dapat 2 sih.
That's a great try. Awesome spray transfer as well. But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for Paper X to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away.
Ih, kena banyak di sini.
And Shao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with
Timing granate lo gue.
locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nade, the paranoia, it's all used to disrupt that kind of play. And again,
Mejanya 2 hour
the same
guys of this
sort of setup. The players are there. Paper X
Cover going out.
have the weapons this time, working with just a bit of a lineup eye, of course, half on it. Flash through into Samba. Shao, he deals with it easily enough. Though. Instant response, the trade online, the door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How would it like this?
All of those
Benkai dapat senjata ya? Enggak ya?
precise from the side of Paper
Ayo.
X. And Forsaken's going into spawn here.
Aduh.
Close the gap.
Gak iso bro lah iku.
Shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what artist says. He's got an operator into this house.
Mereka expect kalau bakal ngeras. Forsaken ini bener-bener di guys.
Iya bener-bener di itu full utility pas mereka mau ngeras itu.
Even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seasonade and then react out of dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by FPX to try and drag players over towards A halls of everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site, now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, FPX are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look.
Itu untuk mencegah persekan lari masuk. Terus cacinya dilempar bu.
Persekannya dari diskon.
Taktik ya.
Oh, maju aja. Terus lagi FPX harus mulai pelan main.
Bentar lagi keluar gitu. Bentar lagi keluar gitu. Aduh, timing cok. Iya cok timingnya. No noise.
Posisinya bahaya.
Not a lot to go off, but with the Viper Orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up, and now play into sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it.
Aduh, gak keto. Dipikir kosong, soalnya kena tapi
No,
bro.
2 kills for him, Devi. Will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he? 1v3, picking up this rifle. Crossfire.
Oh, FPR yang di kiri.
Almost impossible task.
Wah, gak iso.
He is not getting past the brick wall of Arnis.
Ujungnya roket gak mati, Re.
So gini, Cok.
Tadi udah mati close.
I mean, that was just absurd.
138 damage he did.
Gak dis, gak pernah ngecek tuh. Aku bingung, gak pernah ngecek loh mereka itu.
Bengkai eman loh. Gimana itu? Kan kucu.
Wah, kucing aku. Cok.
Any sort of attempt at trying to lean towards the B side, it looks like again all the players happy to keep up a similar kind of default.
Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning. Perhaps trying to make space for Divide to work operator in there.
Kok layarnya udah?
Terus seri welek Cok.
Tadi salah.
Slowly creeping up on these ankles.
Artis is gonna have the better.
Ketemu Cok.
Maksud AFK lah. Tadi tak
menang lah Cok.
Masih online.
Lala. Ini kawan ngepick Cok.
Posisinya dapat kayak.
Swing. Oh, enak. Kanan. Enak. Nice.
Aduh.
Oh lo.
Ngebait. Persekan ngebait. Tuh, lihat tuh.
Aduh. Yang mana? Mantap. Tembus sih, Cok. Aha.
Ujung sih.
Terbang.
Sintan apa nih kira saya telat 1 detik 2 detik dari kalian sudah nice. Aku belum mati.
It's okay.
Dicapi.
But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that
udah menang loh lawan chamber
it is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys.
When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of FPX. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup.
Forsaken sih kakak nggak bisa masuk, Pak.
Not sure what their plan was. If
Kena
they got hit
cacing
by the
soalnya.
paranoia here, maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
Moving it back, I mean, he's still holding close to
Cacing
the
habis.
wall.
Haunnya habis. Skill haunnya habis. Cacing habis, smoke-nya ya habis.
Angel might just end up running into
Wah,
Jing.
wah.
Still coming through. Jing tries to
Mana
Aman Jing.
given free
Rotate,
rein
rotate.
there. Dish. Misses the opportunity though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic.
Rotate lagi.
Round
Ada
Viper's
dua
Pit
di
popped
B.
onto the A site. A little bit of sound
pura-pura.
here from PaperX as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate PaperX are still going to try and fight through this.
You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forwards. The fast lane to split it up, but this is a difficult one. Again, the
Oh
deal with
shit,
Thompson bursts
susah
up.
tuh
Gets
kalau
on the
multi.
high ground and the Viper's Pit remains intact. And it has to be a pivot. It has to
Lari.
be.
Beneran rotate.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go.
Guys, datang
No,
chambernya.
thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision.
20
Literally,
seconds.
this
Ah,
happens to PaperX right now.
Ras.
Senkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
Nice.
Force as well.
Nice.
Dodge to the side, Ardis. He could shut this down single-handedly.
Jangan.
Holding
Ah,
on,
shit.
dies, the shot is found. And the
Tak
slot
tadi
field
cek ya.
placed across the showstopper
Nomor
as
roket
the
sih
cherry on
sampai
top. Not a chance in
Oh,
hell.
fuck
Hey.
lah.
PaperX to find their way back in.
Nice lah.
Udah Feb menang terus loh lawan ini.
The silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online, but FPX immediately ripped back control into their camp.
Oke, man.
Oh, Iko
This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
There's really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down.
Masih berusaha.
Utility has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force it
Dapat
on.
tuh. Dapat tuh.
Dua tap, Cok.
Watch Divide. He's got his back.
Masih ada, masih ada. Cuma masih ada, Cuk.
Once more relentless. Forsaken though this time.
Oh,
Got the
nggak pas.
gas. Now the Satchel play onto the side. It's up to
Caranya
Sugetsu.
Jinx mesti kono.
This one down.
Masih ke atas.
Ponaannya satu kali.
Nice. Enak.
Timing was everything.
It was
Kanan. Ah shit. Gak mau ngenteni flash ya.
Rattling off almost everything in
Pas
his
kepala
club
tadi
there.
kursinya
And
nyaman.
defining it though still, it is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to final to Jing. Choosing to refight it. Has to buy with the shot though.
Jauh ya.
To Ardis.
Dari.
Santai, santai. Wes. 3 lawan 1, Cuk.
Nge-save pasti.
What the
rendezvous in to dominate.
Dia gak sadar, Cuk.
Dia rasain karena apa? Masal memori gue rasa.
Itu overlap kayak ya. Tele ini.
That's filth.
Mungkin kali.
Absolute.
Waduh, persekannya nggak diliatin. Ngepliknya tadi.
Whoops.
Look at the face on Angel.
Teleport.
I'm out. I'm out.
Also, they had a great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players are up close and
Time out apa Halvi?
Tambah keringetan kan ya?
Well, you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding
Time
across
out.
the floor, cutting up the
Oh,
crosshair
yeah.
placement, immediately retaking that space.
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of
Bahasa
view, the team
Indonya
that's now
apa?
taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically.
Kemarin ini
The
muncul
guy
kok.
just hit a
Brawal.
crazy shot. And that's what you're going to
Molek.
get with PaperX sometimes.
Oh no.
Jing and Forsaken
Tunggu
in
sebentar
particular
malah.
are so
Bijim.
talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit longer.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it's something.
Angle FPX yang di gol itu uangnya terus apa? PaperX jarang ngecek lagi.
What a map we've had so far.
Iyo. Kang clear Angel.
To keep pulling off those miraculous shots, because from a strategical point of view, things are not
Wah,
going so well
ini
for
udah siap
PaperX.
lari deh ini.
But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it.
Woi,
I mean, it's just absolutely
Wah, cok. Ngono.
Rip through trademark.
Wah, kena jumper.
Throwing a wrench into the plan, I think, just trying to clear their way.
Man, cok, iku go bazooka cok mlayu.
Habis itu bazooka. Kosong.
Corner and a timing here could be everything for them.
Oh, dioper.
Saken's going to
Nice.
plant in a position where Mindfreak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mindfreak's not going to go because he was looking for a wraparound.
Oh, di corner ngono.
He still lives.
Ai.
For a moment, Zipper will eventually deal with him, but it is just
Oh, Papa dia muncul di atas. Enggak kaget.
Wasik.
Terbang nih.
Push back this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it.
Sampler. Aduh. Nice.
Ah. Loh. Nice. Saling tret-tretan satu-satu. Horor.
Mati satu, ganti satu.
Kursi kan ngawur keras tadi tuh. Gak aturan tuh dari pertama kali masuk tuh.
Itu tipis banget.
Cok, iku lho gak ketok cok aku musuhin.
Mantap.
Udah finalize dulu.
Ku tisunya sampai wake.
Now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PaperX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
Eko satu.
The flash to the side and all of that conditioning still. It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play.
Mantap. Langsung diulti. Ah, shit. Timing
Nggak terlalu. Shorty, fuck. Nggak terlalu.
Santai jing, kepalamu.
Hai.
And Sugetsu has the spike as well. It is so
Aduh, mereka dapat
difficult
spike
to
tuh.
try and retrieve that.
Wah, Eko.
Ayo,
Now, potentially impossible.
Mereka menang
Divine
Eko.
in such a rotten position.
Lu kalah kan?
Collecting that one there onto Mindfreak. Divine gonna take quite a bit more.
Gimana bro? Aduh bro, sedih bro.
Panik iku.
Aduh.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PaperX. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now
Lah
it's PaperX
dari tadi PaperX kalah Eko.
Gak dilihat.
They've still got something going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker, the master there. It is a well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing, don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak. See where this one lands. Supplementing the rest of his push now right onto the top of stairs.
Pintu tuh.
I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock.
Boom.
Oh
shit.
Look at that crosshair placement. This
Loh.
is impeccable.
What a monster! Making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken.
Oh, lo kena dewe re.
The plays just keep happening. The shots are rattled off. Back and forth.
Forsaken kill 2, Forsaken kill 2, Mindfreak kill 2 loh. Wow.
Take this one, operator. The Viper's been in the choke.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6.
Dua lah ganti Vandal.
Put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find it.
Aha.
Nice.
Kayak gini kan.
Not quite there. PaperX even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth. We mentioned at the beginning.
Best map jarene. What the fuck?
To get that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final.
Ngono lho, Di.
Pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair.
Ya kok ngono enggak kena lu tembakan
Where a team's taking a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side.
Indo.
You are getting a treat today.
What a match to have. The crowd here watching. Let's send it down to the analysts to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Raze players. Jing and Zip and Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast backing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Raze players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for FPX, and then Zipman came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there's so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Halls position, being able to shut down the fast push, and then FPX just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operated shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like, it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Sideshow, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX
Ini langsung dirastai.
completely
Oh, saya
neutralize
kan di.
Optics neon aggression.
Kelihatan tak? Line up A3 itu di pos dirasai ke lo?
Rest of Fracture
Oh yes.
are the set plays on defense that PaperX love running. These crunch plays.
Tapi mungkin karena mapnya fracture.
And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it.
Dijago
Pings on the map, that was for the fault line. The angle, but look at this
angle-nya mereka jaga angle.
3 players watching it, just the angle still.
Wah,
Stuns
shit
off to
lah.
the side, Artis in the back,
Shit.
Headhunter. One after the other. Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
And Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed venture completely there.
No.
Maybe Mindfreak can save something though.
Over the top, reveals his position. And there's still a kill being found.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle.
Mana kulo rek.
He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Ardis pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back, 1v2.
Alah.
With this one, Devi.
Nice.
Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful. The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage.
Timingnya tadi harusnya Devi bisa kelihatan chamber tapi pas sembunyi chamber pas maju.
On the defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it though, they're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression. Trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is starting out.
Kosong udah.
Looking at tunnel, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
Ah, nice.
Nice. Nggak dilihatin deh. Nggak dilihatin deh apa yang terjadi.
Aduh, emang.
Tricky weaponry, but eventually doing the job.
Low lah.
Evens it out. Now a 3v3, but could still get dangerous.
Shao gets every kill to take them out of dangerous situations.
Timing.
Noise.
Fuck.
A timing here is absolutely everything. The right click. You have got to be kidding me. How are you getting away with this one, Tipan? Bit of a retreat. Finds a shot. Now a weapon. But Shao shuts it down. It got hairy. It got dicey. But Shao is good for it.
Tapi lumayan. Apa namanya? Mereka tadi Echo jadi lumayan.
Two headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere, whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Shao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not try to take out Shao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that. At least PaperX did enough damage to stop these bonus rounds that have been carrying carrying FPX's aggression through. Normally in round 15, PaperX have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the two from Angel and Shao.
Hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the map, is taken. If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PaperX have decided not to push.
It's really clear. The timing here, shots exchanged. But it is that double
santai,
If you are Forsaken.
Santai.
Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And now to contact once more.
Bertiga Pak, cegat.
PaperX aggression.
Depan ke pojok. Nice.
Aduh,
Dava ini. Saya kiri kanan bro. 30 second. Nice.
Just perfection.
Boom. Nice.
And PaperX are able to come out with
Lawless, nice.
Lawless.
Apa namanya? Gak ada uang ini.
Where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still
masih bisa beli vandal.
Satu orang tuh masih nggak bisa beli vandal. Bingung tuh timing munculnya itu pas.
And I like the way that PaperX approach that defensive aggression. They go aggressive and take the top side of the map, but they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's a TV forwards. Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up, Angel.
Nice.
Oh, he's so deep there. Into dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but it's a battle on multiple fronts. Shao pushed up close, right to the side. Satchel play, and listen. I don't blame you. Missed a bit of the action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round might be over for FPX because Shao had the spike alone.
FPX juga angel sih mesti nge-tank.
But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything. And manages to land himself, Jing that is, lands himself in a nice tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
2-round lead, the Horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious.
What the fuck?
This time
Apa cara dia kata cuk?
Mesti tahu itu.
This is just shades of bind, I think, at this point, Josh. No charges. The aggression again. You know what to anticipate when it's coming from PaperX. When they're running the double duelist with the Neon and the Rays, you know they're going to be trying to take control, making risky plays. A bit of a double satchel there now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper War going to be blocking them, no more sound cues, double stunned up into tower to try and find it, but again the crossfire, just watching. FPX so close, they're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them. The lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just look untouchable in these attack zones. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen a Sugetsu pop off. Yeah. Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one, the cheers, reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter, every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watched for. Look at this with the PaperX timeout. Stoombros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this.
Aku tak
One
ganti
thing we
nih HP.
haven't necessarily seen just yet
Cuk,
is
sakit,
PaperX
Cuk.
going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe PaperX can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
The PaperX players definitely looking to try and put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again, the FPX players are just holding, watching. Offensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but a haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
And this is going to be one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but tower, Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
Vikings nice. Drop down, so gets spammed out of this one, moving forwards. Artis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back, moving forwards to the crossfire. Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow Jing did not pick off there. He's managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, and flick to the back of the site. The rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own, down to it, all the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Another dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found something. The push out of holes from Jing was amazing, catching Artis in the back. But that showstopper, anything but. The high sensitivity gamer, high APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Just couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly. And it's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket run. If every obstacle that they faced, it's been that preparation, diligence, the crossfires, the trust in each other as teammates as well, to be able to hold each other's backs. And, well, no one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up with the door opens up, the double swing. It's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FPX, shutting down Jing. Device going to go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point. Up top, Benkai does grab 2 kills. Okay. Angel though anchoring up top now. Spike's going to start to go down, but Benkai is weak. Not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well? Pushing forwards. Fast lane as a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now, staring at the end of here. Map point for FPX.
Doing such a great job at shutting these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round, but I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging PaperX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. And it's perfect. Too often in this tournament, people have given PaperX all the respect because their players demand it, and yet if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
A last-ditch effort though. Fast lane, the overdrive is all popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapon's not too good. Squeezing it from the back of walls. But Sugetsu shuts it down. Still Jing the central play. Sugetsu! What a monster!
Bisa 3-1.
In the blink of an eye, the map secured. Takes it away, and the advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. PaperX won only 1 round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for PaperX. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel the emotions now running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them.
Earphone itu cuma apa? Noise cancel kayak jadi suara aslinya di headset.
Now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break, and of course our analyst is breaking down all the action we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half there from FPX to secure them another map here in the grand finals. I am joined by Bola, Tom, and Jess once again on the desk. I think PaperX, they had it in the first half. I thought this was going to be really close, back and forth, but Bola, in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's the problem, right? That defensive half was so predictable from PaperX, and when when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, you know, FPX swinging one by one as well. These are micro mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. You know, FPX swinging one by one, but the fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, to trade constantly, swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming, and if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life right now.
One of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams, you can maybe name one or two players that you would consider a rock. Like someone that you can basically have sat back, holding your lurk, like basically making sure that you're not being flanked or nobody's coming in from behind. I feel like FPX can do that with basically any player on the roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily two of the best in the entire world right now. Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in, like you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through from the opposing side. They may even get the opener, but it's the swing backs because there's always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think Sugetsu is the guy who really leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other, and Angel is calling for everybody to make sure, like, you know, things are going well for them. I think his impact on this map specifically, obviously that second side, just flawless calling.
It felt like they had a plan for everything as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking side for a certain team that kind of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of FPX because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to get a smoke here to block this cross here. We know where FPX is going to be, and we have slight utility counters. I don't think utility was necessarily, you know, above and beyond what we expect from FPX, but little touches was really, really good.
And also at the same time, you know, we talk about how FPX, it's a fortress on Bind. Nobody really beats them on Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
Yep. And they did it on Bind too.
Yeah,
they're really flipping the script in terms of the maps. This is a really good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now one map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next two maps is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped. We don't really know what's happening on Breeze, and Haven looked great for FPX against Optic. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations, from what we knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the two hardest tasks to do.
I mean, we talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big brain game. We've actually got a couple of big brains in the crowd today. Golden Boy is standing by right now with Optic Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Yintu. Yes, I do not possess the big brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. Two great teams playing. I mean, both these teams just beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, you know, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not something, it's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, you know, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you?
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or like they'll cheer like for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even like when they're cheering for the other team, it's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming, so you've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1, but you know, PaperX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
Hey, they're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy, oh, gotta love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every time I do it on this desk, I'm like, I set an expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole like thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map number 1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PaperX play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations, you're right. But we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and int spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially like, I think this is the map where you're going to get into like that basically look towards the chambers. Like I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken like going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind. But we've mentioned Artis a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do PaperX have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time PaperX played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage Select, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage, you highlighted Getsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. Like, you'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. Like, he is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the fade pick that PaperX has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, PaperX, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our fourth map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of it, Josh. One map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that PaperX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage, as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. an immediate response to back away. How
nice.
does Angel die to the nade there?
I think that was a seize, and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But PaperX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top, Show's positioning, it is known still. The angles, this crossfire FPX. Absolutely elite at shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PaperX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the PaperX play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round, and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate, and then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, the angle as well. More than watched.
Fuck
the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push him back. Second already taking all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sagetsu. His timing is everything with the plan coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for PaperX, right back into it.
Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shower and then finishes off Angel.
Oh, nice.
And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series, but now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber, and that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. It was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace, the Boombot spotting the target. Does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though. Drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for PaperX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage Wall on either side. Ardis couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's wall. And now FPX are coming back in. The post-blind positions are so close from
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one down to that 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Man.
Back-to-back thrifties.
PaperX mesti kalah menekan Eko.
Now the team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage Walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and re-flip short.
Last player.
And then when Jing pushes forwards,
headshot.
These angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the PaperX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again Relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jing catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet, still. He backs away. Lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for but a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision, this guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Connecting Sagetsu, 1v3 time ticking, no more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plan situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for FPX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening. And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
Odin maksudnya. Udah apa ya?
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the boombot up close and personal. The stars laying down the Nightfall as well, positioning revealed. The FPX player is always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps two.
I mean, how many times has it happened, but Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu, and with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skip and a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that. Finally, an edge in this map.
Drawn out by FPX. Blood, sweat and tears for any team.
Go deh gaya Odin go. Lah ya makanya.
And they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more with a showstopper, a Nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet FPX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. FPX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak.
Time out manual ya, kayak CS.
Weave through your defenses. We saw FPX pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks
and you can see the trademark from Artist being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for FPX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1.
Kita kok jarang kata Astra ya?
And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. Leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things,
fuck lah.
FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck, and they collected the lurker. Angel already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered FPX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divide. Pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The FPX are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX. Yeah. They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PaperX from getting into those clutch moments.
Let's play. This guy's always ready for it now to layers on top. Need to push them back, and this deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear. On the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough?
Timing, dude.
Sprays them down! Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control is going to be his, and Ardis forced. Try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
Nice. Nice.
Clinical.
Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far, playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jin, he's tried Neon.
Oke, berguna. Odin.
That's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PaperX still had the answer. And the opening was punishing an info peak.
The crowd want to see it.
Oh,
let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance.
Russ.
Blame him. Another fast approach, a pull off to the
nice,
back.
Wadi.
Angel though, only working with the pistol.
Nice.
Not enough.
Sometimes these anti-egos have gotten sloppy for PaperX. But they've got sight control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange.
Something strange. Oh, mereka gak mas?
Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Horde lineup in play. The player, Ardis was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon is just too much to overcome.
PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX move themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close to nade and a slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep.
Wah, wall set
I don't think they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbait with a slow warp, but
up
close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Waduh, Forsaken.
Even if you think you've caught the one lurker,
kata senjata nih gak sih?
And that boombot
no way
sees nothing, knows nothing.
Nice. Boombot tidak kena.
Comes up with nothing. Patience, the knowledge, knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this. At least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used. Now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flowing through.
Ada ke satu Jing.
Gua antar
to give up an edge.
Yeah, FPX with a really great
FPX itu setiap orang ono trap ya, jadi masuk keluar bunuh satu tetap bisa di trap terus main trap terus.
Memang berpasangan.
FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map. They're not trusting the boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B, but the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artist, has to back away, will break it in the end, and look, Patience being played.
Loh, gak pernah ngecek.
Just the one, a 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force them back away from those connectors, and Mindfree while you're trying to watch this.
Mati mau iki. Gak mati deh. Waduh. Waduh. Waduh, nice. Gak mati deh.
Ulti ini.
Ulti ini ada.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one.
Turu lah kok sakit kalah iki FPX. Oh,
menang tuh. Kok kalah loh?
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage? I mean, Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still with 4 rounds to their name have a chance of making this half. Very reasonable.
Langsung terbuang.
Wants to take the fight. Just to take the utility, he really has no way to disengage. Keeping him locked in the swing.
Nice.
Forsaken claims the kill. Space for the Resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. Nightfall to get across into their spawn today. Know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him. It's just perfection.
Ini kok di bawah sebelah kiri kan ada ini.
Aduh.
Ash. Pas waktu nih. Dua lawan dua. Aduh.
What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX. Holding angles.
4 lawan 2 loh, Rek. Aduh. Kenapa nggak rotate?
Ini gue sopas.
When the Nightfall comes through from FPX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smokes, get them in, trademark broken, Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes, like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades, though, of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artist still watching for it. The jiggle peaks, though, I mean, goodbye FPX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again...
Paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken's sightlines. There's a lurk play, caught again. And the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are. FPX are so far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks. Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round. And with the war fading down, where are they leaning? FPX running away through now. They've got that Garage control.
Nice. Nice. Kananmu.
Forsaken set up to succeed.
Fuck lah.
Off to the side, Divide. What an angle.
Bisa pelan, Cok.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan. So far away from the action to try and make this one another even half.
Chambre, push Garage. Second.
The reflag from Forsaken. A battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get that even round. Players work their way into FPX. Such a difficult task.
Dar.
Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown.
Hampir, Bo.
Just not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. FPX take the lead 7-5, looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him.
Chambernya bukan main dari long,
He
main
plays
dari
like this on
Jared.
2 maps in the pool.
Kalau
On Ascent,
Chamber
which
kena
they
kena
banged
expect long.
despite being unbeaten in stage 2, and here on Haven, what
Nah,
a
ini baru
performance.
4 second nih naik.
Send it down to the analysts. Let's break it
Yeah.
down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken.
Udah lah, berarti mereka main ini dini hari udah.
This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for Paper X.
Dini hari itu di Copenhagen lah sana lah. Oh, Copenhagen. Sore malam.
Plays that he has all over the map. You can never. I think it was the second last round there of that half.
Mereka apa sih?
You just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where he could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, Paper X has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by Paper X so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for Paper X.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for Paper X because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, Paper X, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that Paper X aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on.
Setinggi itu.
Forsaken watching mid.
No way.
Loh.
The angle what? You are joking. What a rapid fire approach. Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
Tapi ini pistol.
Already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all
Wah,
of that.
shit.
Forsaken is going to be given space
Karena kan.
to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be
Dia nembak langsung di. Aduh.
Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking
Nice.
the wall.
Dilindungi.
Comes through, hopping up on
Nice.
top of the box, Jing.
Nice.
What a
Santai,
play
Jing.
to
Santai,
take
Jing.
out
Mundur, Jing.
Artis. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain.
Mundur.
What the hell is
3
going
lawan
on?
4.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life.
Takes the shot.
Brings
Bot over the top.
Holy
Now
shit.
Put him on top of the wall still. Just Jing finding
Nice.
the kill.
Nice.
The horn sets
Wah.
Mantap 658 apa keuntungan uang. Tapi kita kali kok kalah gitu dapat siapa ini.
Aduh.
And the early punish on
IQ.
Angel. Then this
Iki apa loh, masa musuhnya ular langsung di wall mbak sini.
Iya.
to punish the
Di
players
wall.
that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making. Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when Paper X played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break
No.
but there is enough of a gap. Nice. To plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it.
Mereka masih di halaman.
Bener-bener sabar makanya apa namanya belum maju. Mereka expect FPX pasti maju.
Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Devi was on earlier in the round.
4 window.
And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information. And he's gonna try and hit that into B.
Shit.
Shots rattle.
Shit, rame.
Look at that swing. Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far. That discipline.
Oh shit.
And the raw mechanics of Artis.
Nice, pomnya tur.
But they're not done yet. PaperX. A nade into the corner. But is it gonna be watching for it? Yes, indeed.
Nice.
And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Nice 95.
Menang loh Ren.
But it has taken some of the sting out of this third round. Forsaken looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy?
Aku ngantuk, asu.
Dia game 5 Ren kali ini.
Mana game kelima Ren.
So it's going to be two Vandals that PaperX take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round.
Maju Jing.
For FPX to try and close out this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready to pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai is looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Posisinya Jing enak sih, asal dia nggak ngerasa.
Iya, nggak ketahuan.
It's being used a lot by FPX.
Dia siap-siap ini. Oh, siap-siap melindungi Jing ya.
Siap-siap melindungi dari mata FPX.
One, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid.
Santai.
Now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow.
Suara, fuck.
And Jing,
the jig is up.
Yeah, a rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one.
Dia mau lompat aja, mau lompat ke dalam window cuma salah lompat.
He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Devi always ready and waiting.
Oh
fuck.
No, kena.
Latching down to the feet of Artis still. Jing wants to fight this one.
What the fuck?
The angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding it. Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plan.
Jauh tuh.
Zipan and Shao have just been animals. They're so good at holding these angles down, and it all comes down to Mindfreak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can he find a moment to put PaperX into double digits?
Pasti kangen.
Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out. One of the angles. The horn though tags him.
Nice. Oh, wajib. Seru tuh.
Apa nice ya.
Dia loh masuk terus nge-smoke gila, Cok.
Red Bull clutch.
Smokin dalam semua di dalam.
Iya.
Didn't he play that one beautifully as well?
Time out mana ya? Surprise mereka.
From graffiti over to hell or default
positioning.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out. So Shao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan. That's the kind of play that Mindfreak has been bringing out over and over again through PaperX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up. Any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attacking half. And it's a confident lead on Haven.
More than confident. Looking primed to take it. We were talking about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is though, Brent, the loss bonus here for PaperX is going to mean that they have, the loss bonus here for FPX is going to mean they have about the same amount of cash on either side.
Komentator sampai salah-salah.
You might see some kind of crazy force going on. or just a weaker buy overall. And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle? Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford.
Force by 3 Guardian.
They're going to fight over towards C long, and again, the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down mid, but Devi also answering back, making sure that map control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mindfreak would die to a single body shot as well.
Where are you? Slow enough for it, but Xiao is, I think, feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. Point was dropped down just in case a player was close, but these angles, the positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health. Okay, Mindfreak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade. Xiao now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This can be slowed right down.
This stage, Xiao has already won 3 1v3s. He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike. To A.
Baru masih ada 1 match lagi kayaknya.
Watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent, but also
papasan. Enggak ya?
10 seconds left to try and make the play. The horns drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed now, you can see the pressure.
Oh, dia mau ini dinaik dulu.
Crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
Gak bisa, gak tutup.
Absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the
Wah,
aduh.
Enggak nunggu si Toe dari belakang, Jing.
But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. He will fall. Xiao.
Di ulti, Cok. Di ulti, Cok. Wah. Kalah, Cok. Aduh.
Kampret, 3-1. Aduh.
Outlandish scenes.
Ngono loh di like kamu nonton iki di Basokadi.
Every instinct is telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Weman, Cok.
Jadi duluan baru Jingnya met ya, baru Benkai metu. Sesi baru metu.
Itu detik akhir.
Has just been enormous. Remember, Brent, in this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao or Sugetsu here. There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Yeah. And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups. They fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail, rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title.
Oke ya minumannya ya.
Bring this one to map 5 with the timing of this timeout.
Mereka gak pernah kayak. Bijim, kau boleh pipis.
Coba kok kayak pas streaming ono minuman di samping gak ngono wae.
Still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually match only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The horns push them back, and now the players swarming into the site. FPX want to be denying this one, but the satchel play to Pan again, up close, up top, and personal. Denying any opportunity for FPX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This tour de force, quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining.
Oh,
Too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. I found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. Yang 3 lawan 1 tadi, aduh. Itu yang itu bener-bener pas. Aduh.
The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple. So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
Disrespect being shown again. Into mid with the boom bot, following up off onto it. Look at this Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. A nade to clear the back of it, but it is that full retake set up by PaperX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched out.
Dilihatin.
Just about whip the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
Plan.
An Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea.
Aduh, bunyi.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from PaperX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper to contend with Jing.
Emang momen di belakang dia, Cuk.
Belakang, Re.
Shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play.
Mantap ini.
The horn broken.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The bullets laying down, and PaperX.
Di Odin pintunya. Pintunya cuma situ.
One of PaperX's star players.
Jinnya juga gue kayaknya.
Oh, iku ultine Astranya apik lho.
Iya. Sayangnya kan nggak pakai Astra.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round though, 1 prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop PaperX from getting.
Iku loh kau efek yo.
Apa?
Keikat musuh.
But Zipan responds in kind. Comes through. How do you get 2 kills like that?
Aduh.
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility,
Itu dibokong.
which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play.
Timing so nice. Nice.
Mundur.
Dijudge, Cuk. Dijudge. Mantap.
And Mind Freak has really woken up now. Finding these timings to get impactful and win the rounds.
Let's go.
And the energy is building.
Iki apik sih.
Iya, bagus sih.
Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
And PaperX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension now as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge 1 scrappy force.
Nice. Pressure.
Mantap, wes, tahan. Yang paling atas wes tak bunuh, Cok, ngono deh. Wes.
Losing a player on top of it.
Oh, di revive.
Di revive.
Enggak dia.
Enggak iso.
Langsung di cover.
Enggak iso. Apik sih, masih enggak mati kan, tapi kayak takut musuh.
Iya, pressure. Yo, revive aja gawe beat.
Jangan.
Kalah senjata deh, Eko. Oh, tapi musuh.
Ada granat. Kalau granat percuma. Kayak
Oh.
Nah, iki.
Lo habis granatnya.
Gagal trade, wes biar.
Itu ngecit, Cuk.
Gak sehat itu, Cuk.
Gak sehat itu.
Dia lo nek main ular iku iso meliuk kiri kanan ngono yo. Muter-muter ular ya.
find his way into B.
Aduh, iki masuk rek omennya. Enggak ada. Oh, ada yang lihat belakang.
Oh, ketok peluru, ketok senjata nih.
Alah, lu. Oh, tinggal satu.
Ah, shit.
Mana tisu? Oh,
kayak tangan yuk.
Oh, tak pikir kan.
Kan ngerti match pertama tadi Piro ya.
Piro.
13-1 so.
Ternyata tidak cuma kita, Kok bisa? Maksudnya kok bisa sejauh itu?
Kalah taktik di counter taktik ini.
Style kan apa? Ngeras toh. Iki kalau apa namanya iki bener-bener deh taktik bener-bener mundur belakang pol FPX. Jadi rasa anggap terus.
Internet koknya masih ganti lagi kok ya.
Iya.
Masih lancar streaming.
Jadi aku double streaming.
Iya makanya tak bilang masih lancar.
Tapi di statusnya ada 30% drop network. Entah mungkin dari 60 fps jadi kayak 40 fps.
And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting big rounds from Mindfree. Forsaken finally.
Rehatnya berapa menit? Beris.
Paling 5-10 menit kan.
Angkat jemuran.
We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Tapi bener-bener gak tau siapa yang menang gitu. FPX menang ya.
At least mereka sudah ini 2-2 imbang. Ini baru final, imbang. Beneran sampai final. Final.
Kalian pas nonton game pertama apa enggak kayak wah cepet iki berarti?
Enggak sih, soalnya game keduanya kayak dibales nih.
Game keduanya 13-4 atau 13 piro dibales. 13-7
kayak.
Ya 13 juga terakhir, tapi awalnya dominasi.
Iya.
Masa wes skala taktik ngono masa nggak bisa maksudnya ditaktikin balik ngono diubah taktiknya?
Ya ku di match yang kedua mereka ganti taktik, nggak ngeras. Menang aja.
Nah, ya, tapi di match yang sama guys.
Di match ketiga apa namanya? Rasanya apa kalah apa posisi taktik. Sing match ketiga itu sing jadi itu ngawur apa namanya off angle apa dari tadi gak press gak ngecek terus ngeras gak dicek.
Yo gak pernah ngecek, yo bukan gak pernah ya pas timingnya.
Angel juga ngecek apa off angle.
We are going to get map 5 after what PaperX pulled off on Haven. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven, because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. PaperX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side.
Tadi kan kill-nya paling tinggi.
Given what we saw in Fracture, they slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go all the way lobby and wait there, hold for the
KDA-nya loh 1,9. Sing-singnya 1,5.
It was really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who pops up these walls that are so creative.
Pakai taktiknya FPX DW 2 orang.
It's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive agility usage like that, that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes it's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know,
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity.
Worked.
That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Devai. So Devai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Sideshow and Bren, were talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series, and what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX were able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the round. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of PaperX. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please,
it worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he decided.
But imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but there's about a 98% chance that they won't win if he decides to throw that agent in.
We say that, on the other side of things, you could get a Yoru. I don't know. Actually, you know what I mean? Like, legit.
Oh, mereka honor split ya?
Agents on both sides of the coin here that
Tapi
could
nggak ada
be
pearl.
fun.
Iya, nggak ada pearl. Cek belajar berarti.
Well, no, to be honest, yeah. I mean, I think the evolution of FPX throughout this tournament has been artists just talking it down the entire time. So I think his confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay.
Lek pas milih hero, ono nggak sengaja lupa ngedas ngono ya? Oke.
The record, the results on the map hasn't been great.
Ih, berhubung orangnya ketok yuk, parahnya dijejak yuk.
Langsung dipisui. Dipisui kabel.
When else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes to Forsaken. And having, like, both of them with the Jet as well, I think that's something they're only going to run when it comes to APAC. If they run it again here, I don't know, I'm not feeling good about it.
It reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the chamber and the Jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them not necessarily being super happy, super comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Devi can just pick up, I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice, you're right, that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. FPX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where, oh, I'm the only one that can play chamber, I'm the only one that can play duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's going to go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are going to switch around the chamber, I don't want to see it on Jing.
No, I
just
think
doesn't
it
make
limits
sense.
him. I think that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to almost just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too much in, but well, we are going to be getting into.
We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. For the last time in this tournament, keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaking up a little.
Yoru.
Loh, ngono mereka bisa lihat belakang ya? Mereka bisa lihat hero itu nggak?
Enggak.
Bisa ya?
Enggak lah.
Loh, itu ketutupan tengah ya kita?
Ini cuma Naruto ya, kalau no highlight apa, kalau no in-game ya.
Tetapi di screen-nya ki playernya nggak bisa noleh belakang ngelihat hero mereka, hero musuh. Oh, yang tengah ya.
Loh, nih. Tadi kayaknya ada layar loadingnya itu ketok KB itu sih, hero yang di pick.
Oh, pakai ada cyber, agak
Trust me, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. FPX's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is Barless losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Barla, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with the breach flashes. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a Caterpillar.
They got a lot of stuns.
Gak ada Viper ya?
Yeah, they got loads of stuns.
Yeah, I think
Pas smoker tadi ya.
Smokernya Astra bukan Viper.
I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Barla is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand finals.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such
mereka yang di luar negeri streaming apa championship Valorant, kini di Indo masih Mobile Legends.
I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm gonna be honest.
Raspi.
Gak main chamber sih kan ya?
Sebelumnya main chamber.
There's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off?
Tapi kan kayak
how are they gonna find value? Out of the
Kenapa
deal?
sih?
I mean, I guess I just run it in.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Mantap.
Aduh.
Still playing over by the half wall kind of setup. Mind Freak on the lurk here. Looking
Oh,
for one of those big rounds.
Nice.
What an opening to get. Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, you're so low. One shot will do it in Zipan.
Aduh, antisipasi.
Aduh.
Mind Freak setup.
Tapi dodolo. Sahid.
Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broke.
Ah, shit lah.
Oh my god.
But ultimately it all came down to Xiao.
Dua inisiator. Gak ada smokernya mereka. May ono sniper itu.
Mereka pede dengan neon dan
aduh angel itu.
Oh, ditebusi ngono. Sao iki gak sehat beneran, Cuk.
Emi gak sehat.
Saya pakai
dari sebelumnya loh.
Dari awal, Cuk.
What is that? PaperX are not done though. They're going for a force. They're forcing into this one.
Dipaksa lagi.
Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line. Why not?
Bijinya.
Langsung tembus.
Gak ada di dalam ya, Catmang ya?
Iku, mereka mainnya pasif.
Iya.
Jadi nek play-nya di piano plan mereka.
Iya, langsung mereka main retake.
Oh shit.
Nah, kayaknya terus di retake.
Aduh.
ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mind Freak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now look at this, running them down with the guns. Doubled up. To buy a Mind Freak against the world.
Mereka yang defuse 4 orang ya, apa? Wakil.
Masih bisa.
Ah shit. Eman cuy. Xiao mana?
Lagi, Bu.
Xiao mana?
And Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players obviously coming up huge for them. Time and again. But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold. And that puts PaperX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PaperX fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style.
Oh, yes.
You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
It really is something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. PaperX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs, a marshal or two, whatever, to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Artis as well. It's going to be able to watch for them, trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning as well.
That smoke, however, is going to make Artis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stuns, gate crash into the
Heman.
Aduh.
Kalah senjata tuh.
Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Artis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle, he should be good for it. A quick updraft. Revealed by the dart. And Mind Freak's lurk comes to no fruition.
Aduh.
Eko.
Jadi saya ada tinggi situ.
The FPX composition is so good at gaining information around the map. Sugetsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams, that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played.
On the line.
Menantang deh, Cuk. Dimaju sampai pintu kono.
Gak apa, soalnya menang uang 3 round, jadi mereka bisa maju risky, agak risk dikit.
Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching holding. See if anybody comes within his crosshairs.
And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A
and B. Di Vipernya kok ono di bawah kono, Cuk.
Not the PaperX know that.
Moves now as well, delivering that spike over towards one side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
Yeah, kita yang tahu.
Makanya.
Cuma kita yang tahu.
Might allow him to use his Hunter's Fury to stop some kind of plant, but I think he might just be a fraction too far away.
Dipakai kabar.
Itu retake menang YouTube mereka.
Nggak lah, 1 poin lagi PRX.
Yeah, they could have taken so much advanced positioning off of this. Not a lot
Nice.
Forsaken well. Taking away Zipan. Advantage.
Guys, posisi defense KPB ini dicol.
Looking like they can maybe put this round on the board.
Nice.
Hmm.
Aduh, maju kenapa Anda maju?
Buru-buru.
Santai, Cok. Santai, Cok. Di Odin mana? Gay. Kaurus.
How they're playing these post plants. Whenever they get the spike down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold 3 players on site. They're backing off. They're trying to play for elbow control. And that, I think, indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map.
Woi, setahun lebih.
Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah. And I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with FPX playing this composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's
Oh, emangnya kena.
Aduh.
Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing to be found, and a shot is true.
Ulti sopan nih gue gitu.
Head ripped clean off.
Mind Freak still in this lurk position.
Terlampar, masih bisa.
Enough diligence here. Otherwise, Mind Freak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant.
Ketemu gimana Freak ya?
Nice.
Again, the lurk is found.
It's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the game.
Santai weh.
Shit.
Aduh. Nice.
A moment out of it, a bit of magic maybe to inject, but
itu Astra yang bokong sofa.
Nice.
Mantap. AWP deh. Tidak dikasih AWP, Bu.
Posisinya Ben kayak gue kecepet deh. Planting loh.
Iya.
Eko. Tapi bahaya Eko nih masih Eko Xiao itu ngawur masih.
Headshot aja. Loh, senjatanya beluguduk.
Taking up positioning, holding in mid.
And the site executes when they're coming through as well. Very well combined between Divine and Forsaken. Back when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Bind, you would have Benkai playing the breach for them, sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills.
Untung kita pas di flash nggak buta yo. Kayak kita sebagai penonton di flash pas nge-flash di flash buta lah, bingung gini.
Iya. Aduh.
But again, it's safe, passive post-plant positioning being played.
Rolling Thunder, and they've got to start on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Menang after plan sih sebetulnya hero.
They know that they've detected all 5. Yeah. Mind Freak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
On quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder, overlapping all of the abilities. Time taken. The space gain off of it, PaperX.
Tapi 2 ulti. Lumayan. Lawan musuh apa namanya? Eko mana tadi? Aduh.
A seismic shift. But PaperX
ini finalnya sesungguhnya ini.
Iya. Sampai benar-benar besok farming ini, Rek.
They're geniuses because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question.
FPX maka under pressure.
And maybe this time out, I'll be conferring with Doombros. Once Angel gets the read that they're playing these passive post plants,
coachnya FPX loh tapi chill Paul. Coachnya FPX.
The way that FPX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid control. A lot of the Euro implementation.
Coach ini kalau boleh cuma boleh ngomong kalau timeout gini ya. Kalau matchnya
iya. Boleh.
And from what we saw of PaperX's A site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands.
Dibalas 3-3.
And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of PaperX. They look like
Apa yang dilihat ini?
Kayak item-item off map.
They have the cosmic divide as a kind of quasi viper wall that they could use.
Oh.
Block the angle. They have to be cautious though. They know the money means that could be seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it. He's in a completely different location than the cosmic divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied. But space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player.
Ketahuan, Rek.
And Jin caught by the recon, but
tapi meskipun ketahuan guys, soalnya.
The ult from Mindfreak finding big value. Surely
Iki.
Well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close.
Loh.
Personal now with the wall denied.
Oh shit.
So much damage, but Angel, he secures it.
Mereka mainnya ini sih. Mari plan ditinggal defense.
Want to try and buy time. Push them back. Lucky one. Like being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look. Still the star in play. Comes through Sugetsu. He could be a difference maker.
Bisa ditembak.
Gets two, but just down to Angel. And the time, the
pressure.
Gagal. Taktik time outnya gagal.
Gak ada uang. They've run through in theory, working in practice. After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes.
Mereka harus hafal.
But everything has been on B.
Coba kayak ini sih bro. Ping cok, ping.
Loh, iya ya. Oh, no nggak ping ya satu orang tadi ya? Nggak ada ya?
Ada dari satu. Cuman satu tok. Susah ini.
Ya temboknya beda sama tembok di itu.
Aku rotate tarik.
Dipaksa masuk.
Oh shit.
Nice. Odin cuk. Terlalu dalam dia, terlalu.
Bawamu. Aduh, fuck lah. Kalah Eko cu.
Kalah Eko.
Cuma penyakit.
Tadi lo masuknya terlalu dalam, Jo, sampai backside. Oh, udah rally 5
muncul, aduh.
Lu di mid tadi maju. Aduh, kanan muncul, lihat cu.
You can't prep for it.
Mindfreak's gonna start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn on?
Holy shit!
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though. FPX in theory should be favored into this one.
Holy shit. Ketok kan.
Davai masih ada spawn.
Blue kutub ya nggak enak ini. Vipernya. Oh vipernya, ya apa itu vipernya?
Nice.
Kanan muncul.
Ah shit. Oh oke. Tahu berarti.
Menang.
Gak usah. Gak usah.
Timing-timingnya nggak cukup.
Ini kono bapak main rambut putih. Nonton.
Tapi
iki apik sih. Iki nggak masuk akal sih. Dia nahan 3 musuh kayaknya.
Mau enak.
dari itu.
Ngono lho kok live streaming kok. Ngono lho kok.
Aduh. Lot of cheers for these guys. I love them.
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry.
Stres berat.
But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. PaperX won 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout.
Timeout mana?
Iya.
I think from our point of view,
FPX 2 kali kan?
there are clear things
Iya.
that FPX
Berapa kali lihat Dortip?
work with. but the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
You're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now,
Mereka kayak nggak dengerin coachnya ya.
on how PaperX are playing
Kan memang butuh apa ya kayak mengambilkan sih.
All of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now.
Ada maskot ya.
And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not
Boneka ya. Ini kayak ini, nih tangannya keringetan kayak ngelap.
Wih, kasihan ya.
Ngelapin
pantas boneka coklat tuh warnanya. Ini di mana? Cuy, kita nggak pernah lihat pemandangan itu.
Di off map kone.
Iya makanya.
Bagus. Oh, mengambil biji pulang cuy.
Farming.
Gitu kan. Temannya kok ngambil biji.
And so this is the first time that but it looks like they go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle.
Odin terus ya, Iki ya. Wong Iki ya.
For either side.
Tapi Odinnya api.
Enak ya juga apa namanya?
Kalau kon ingat tuh Odin itu skinnya apa?
Tuku. Ini belum planting, cu.
Maka.
Oh, nice.
3 lawan 3. Skinnya rotate. Iku masuk aneh masuk.
Skinnya prime 2.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself.
Yeah.
We've seen moments like this before where
lihat yang di sini
we're determined to get an extra kill.
Lompat-lompat.
Aduh.
Enggak, dia dengar lompat-lompat.
Iya. Di atas aja.
Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Kok baru masuk?
That's decent information.
Plan apa ya? Oh, dipotong sama Iki. Loh. Keker cuk. Lu.
Dia belum tahu.
Lu selisih deh.
Tapi bakal nge-pick sih. Nah, kena itu. So far nice. Loh, tapi karek. Oh, iki. Nah, iki. Makanya oh, goblok. Fuck lah.
Aduh.
Davaikon.
Banyak gerak cuy. Banyak macam tangannya gatal cuy.
Mostly because FPX players happen to stumble upon them. Get in the picks.
Itu bisa lah itu kalau
bisa. Aku pernah lihat itu. Jadi benernya nih dia di atas tembok masih bisa.
Ya tuh malah.
Gatal tangannya cuy.
Kakinya gemeter tuh.
Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
Wah, gak kena kan?
Crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately.
Wah, jarak aduh.
Oh, kena ya?
Chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching to the side as kills are just again flowing one side to the next. Seekers even
nice.
Found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team. Ardis is going to find this one so uncomfortable to have to watch towards Switch and Cave.
Know where they could be. So much time in a round.
Gendap.
Happy again to just let that mid round apply the pressure itself.
Dengar gak?
Kali ini rotate 2 orang. Tadi kan 1 orang kayak hampir enggak cukup.
The information play once more finding value for FPX.
Lompat.
Just gets the horn back online. Divide trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line.
Aduh.
Dodged it. What a shot still. The disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it. But with the time down to just 20 seconds. I picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
10 seconds.
Dipaksa bermain 5 sama lagi deh.
Tadi sudah 35.
Oke, final sesungguhnya.
knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round. Disrespecting all of the
Iku deh apa namanya sengaja nunggu dalam tune untuk ada orang ngepick.
But a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so.
Dia pakai pagar nih kalau ditunggu. Ganti tim yang time out kok.
Oh iya, PRX.
PRX.
And PaperX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A.
Sebelah nggak ada boneka ya?
Enggak. Ini memang yang paling aneh di itu. Mau pas intro awal-awal pertama kali cosplay.
Just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here. Map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, "We came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings." And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the two best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on this series. It's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament.
Segitu ya?
One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower.
Oh, dia tele. Jadi
aku jadi bingung. Dia tadi ngapain?
Tele pendek.
Buat apa?
Biar nggak ketahuan.
An artist as well returns
Kayak kon
fire.
omenmu
The angle lockdown with the
tele
operator, the
pendek.
overdrive is denied. Every player
Oh,
Jing returns again.
Aduh,
Shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX
Aduh, Iko, langsung Iko.
Onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing, I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site.
Oh, yang bunuh dari samping, Neon niku.
PaperX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Great adjustments. Look at the final round.
Disusupi, Bung. Gak tahu. Mati kon. Mati kon. Nggak di wallbang ya.
Oh, di atas batu.
Udah tembus. Disusupi, Bung. Disusupi.
And it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane,
Lu.
Nice.
Running around the side.
Loh, fucker.
Terlalu cepat, Bung.
And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the blade storm, the updraft, the heads not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A main. That means he's got a very quick flank here.
Dari belakang jauh boleh.
They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back. The safe.
Solo pun gue anjing itu. Santai.
Dibutain.
Ah, shit.
Kenapa nggak main waktu aja? Nggak main waktu aja.
Just can't outclutch Xiao. He's been a monster this tournament.
Xiao itu gue dengan cinta.
Lagi gak betul tuh.
Mesti wong iki ket mang ya.
Nge-smurf iki.
Winning round after round after round for FPX.
Itu bagus pol tuh.
Terlalu lebar juga iku bridge.
Seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisho. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though,
tapi minumannya dia tadi bukan UC 1000 ya?
even though they're up against probably the maddest composition
MS1 terbaju. Red Bull. Minumannya tetap Red Bull, tidak sehat.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Divide
Iso dia keker pakai Odin kepala, ndak di keker kepala.
You guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed.
Mana
but on the
suaranya?
side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Saisho, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round, deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these 2 teams.
How much do PaperX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a
Neonnya maju. Neonnya mau maju.
Not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the ghost.
Nggak iso.
Mundur, Jing.
How does he get that?
Nice.
Ngono be, ngechat pas mereka di Discord nih. Mundur, Jing.
Ready to shoot his second shot with the ghost, and yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Gotta stay
5-4 guys.
calm. Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course.
Iki mereka
beda permainan musuhnya ini beda, lebih santai. Permainannya VRX kan lebih ngeras. Kayak itu barusan.
Dari awal sih. Nah, sing game pertama itu mereka kalah iki karena mereka ngeras terus.
Oh.
They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is.
Ronde 1 dibandingin langsung jelas 2 orang. 3 orang. 3 orang di.
Gak ngecek corner tapi asu.
Close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills?
Forsaken.
Aduh.
On the other side of things, it was Jill.
Sempat mari bertapa deh, Cuk.
Gue tapi mau Astranya di api sih. Nice, Jing. Nice. Oh.
Jujumawa. Aduh, ojo.
Kon koyo ngono tanganmu gemeter, Cuk. Mental break kon.
Keringetan, Cuk.
Mental break.
Di dash kono ya.
Ayo loh. Muat jajar tapi jadi maju. Kesian tapi.
Iya. Like ngono ya enggak usah dihancurin aja sekalian.
Jingnya MVP temenan Brownie.
Iku bapak iku. Bapak.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Iya, harus belajar dari kesalahan deh itu.
Devi forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but
naik. Nggak bunyi ya naik.
bit of a wide swing, so he did make some noise there.
Oh, ketahuan kon.
Perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and
senjata airnya.
Oh, di atas ya.
FPX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some information.
Kayak kalah gimana ke mana. Kok jangan.
Shit lah.
Bingung deh mau
Iya.
Kata musuh banyak.
Mid control, musuhnya dapat mid, right? Oh, kita nggak deh. Bukan, yang di tunnel. 25 detik, right?
Tapi resikonya gameplay mereka
20 detik. 20 detik. Aduh, satu-satu, Cuk.
Lu, santai, Cuk. Wah, wes gak iso.
Nice.
Xiao iki. Fuck. Mampus ring.
Nice. Setuju sama, Bung. Kemarin ini pakai bulldog kayak bulldog dikeker.
Iya, ya kayak itu dah stinger.
Ya iso, Pak, stinger dikeker.
Aku bolak-balik.
Yo bisa, tapi aduh, susah sekali, Cuk.
Recoilnya lebih liar stinger.
Hero juga ngomongnya lah di pertandingannya.
Ngomong.
Yo, kalimat-kalimat hero biasa lah start round. Beku kan. Aduh lah, jadi maju ya.
Aduh. Nah, Xiao nih mati.
Tapi Jingnya mati sama Forsaken low.
Paling atas sih ki Xiao tadi Xiao ini. Gak gitu ya, lihat ini.
Iya.
These are the moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to
funky deh.
And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken.
Mete dilepas ya.
Flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer hold.
Oh, ya aneh.
3 orang.
First read, I think.
Aneh dimasuki kan orang pasti gede.
Bunyi nggak sih?
Aduh, susu kayak wahyu.
Nice. Kok aku, Cuk?
Aduh.
Nggak bisa dihindari. Aduh.
Apa itu?
Wah, ngecit tuh aku, Cuk. Nggak sehat, Cuk.
Gak betul, Cuk.
Nggak sehat, Cuk.
You can do it.
Cage giving him just enough coverage.
Ngeri, Cuk.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Mantap.
Nggak masuk akal, Cuk. Nggak masuk akal.
Menang di Kiki. Kiki apa namanya?
Mental break beneran, Cuk.
Ini time out iki kayak.
Menang di Kiki. Maksudnya coba.
Iki loh, lihat dah.
Sono jo.
So the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from tunnel. And then Benkai wraps through elbows so quickly to get around a backstab.
Mungkin sampai overtime ngeri sih.
Wah, tapi dari tadi percuma siapa? Dari tadi masih Eko tetap bahaya.
Iya.
Jono 2 Eko Guardian. Guardian ngawur kok. Aduh. Buat ngusir musuh ya ngusirnya.
Kena ya? Wih, kena. Mantap. Mantap anjing.
Shuts it down easily enough. Bladestorm now.
Keluar ulti ya padahal Iko ya.
Takut mereka datang dari apa? Lorong.
We've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is with the Guardian. If Jin goes for some kind of info peek here, there is potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing though. Does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do. Could be brutal.
Nice.
Don't think he's too worried about
Gak siap.
Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return.
Pusing kon.
Much more space off the back of it. Decay as well.
Andal dap.
From almost every single
Mantap. Dia ono iki.
Nice.
Mantap kon.
Nice Jing. Mantap anjing.
Apa anjing? Yes.
Kita dengan kali ini ganti nama Jing, Block, Su, Deng, Tot.
Inject into these rounds too. Ardis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by all of the stuff that FaperX throws in. This looks like a bit more of a pacey play from FPX.
Belum timeout ya? Apa timeoutnya itu habis? Oh, 2 kali. Tapi kan 4 kali.
Dari tadi sih timeoutnya udah bakal 2 kali.
Oh iya berarti. Masuk ya.
How do FaperX play the retakes with this composition? They have the dimensional
Retake.
Risk could be taken indeed, Ardis now with the door opening.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this targeted
Aduh, apik sebetulnya. Apik sebetulnya.
Itu suara masih kena prowler dia tetap.
The crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Oh.
Wow.
Dodges the flash actually. Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world. Still does
Aduh.
They win out the round, an important one at that. Ensuring the FaperX don't get that lead to run away with it.
They hit back. They hit hard. What a rare fast round coming out from FPX.
Iki loh, kayak setengah buta season padahal.
Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here
So
comes Jing.
unexpected. Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play. Let's the stun ball rip.
Tadi kata. Bang, satu iki. Nyusup mana itu? Bunyi. Blok. Aduh. Berlatih.
3-3.
Ardis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
No difference maker, hasn't he?
Dekat.
Aduh.
Fuck.
Aduh. Stiker penguin.
Wah, Jing padahal sudah bunuh 2 orang.
Bunyi.
Alah.
And he won't be given the choice either way. What a round for Ardis to turn up.
Loh.
Getting 2 massive
Save AWP.
after the rest of
Satu mau ngambil AWP gue Sofa.
And you might have been fooled into believing that was some kind of eco crazy push going on for FaperX as Jin popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force. FaperX are now ceding control of the game.
Mendingan dari awal gak usah main 4 game tadi ya, langsung iki aja.
Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way, but it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic.
Ouch!
Spot here, but Divide bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
Oh, operator.
Another hurdle for FPX to overcome.
Ketemu ya. Move apa? Harusnya ono AWP. Oh, AWP tadi save ya. Sisanya Sheriff. Oh nggak yang ngomong ya. Ayo Sheriff mati.
Mainnya masih red-redan. Video pasangan pemain.
There's 2 players ready to punish.
Disusupi gue benit for lompat. Oh. Musuh rotate dah. Apa? Lu rotate mereka ke area padahal bomnya di B. Nggak tahu deh.
Ah shit lah. Gak betul cok.
Aduh.
A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the rolling thunder. That could have been everything.
Might still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel.
Aduh.
With any mischief, Divai and Benkai.
Oh, senjata yang ini mana?
1 peluru cuk.
FPX more than favored.
Benkai. Kata wancamu Benkai. Saya operator lagi cok.
Dia dapat bunuh saya. Mantap.
1 peluru anjing.
Dia mau mati ganti senjata deh.
The first team to get to double digits in map 5.
How close are these teams, man?
They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen.
Iki keduanya FPX.
FPX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX adjustments.
Kebalik kayaknya itu ballpennya.
They've just been elite
diputer-puter.
or tournament long.
They certainly have.
Apa itu? Diputar-putar itu apa? Skillnya Sky tadi.
FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. PaperX
Nontonnya make satu sisi ya? Dari depan tok mana ya?
15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. PaperX must win this round to keep their dreams.
Mas sebelah ya, apa?
So important. In the past, PaperX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy,
Ini kosong, ras.
maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real.
Ganti taktiknya, Rek.
FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PaperX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
For a lot of these common angles, the spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate
Natali
back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide, but Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. The positioning is just so far away, and FPX, what a critical round. To just slowly obtain this lead.
Belakang nomor 1 yuk.
What can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
Iya, kalau waktu itu.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next.
Gak nyangka nih mereka ngeras.
Iya.
Closer.
Biasanya gak pernah ngeras.
Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik.
Iki harusnya nggak ngeras lagi sih. Wes dapat iki deh. Kena mental PRX-nya habis time out kan.
Forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
one of the oldest cores that we have in Valorant, formed in 2020, finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Artist is in.
Hypernya mati lagi ya di belakangnya. Aduh.
Tiga lawan tiga.
Duh, berat ya kira.
Tapi tak bomnya.
Berat ya kira.
FPX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The rolling thunder scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing. Moves to the side.
Jing, lihat mana cu?
Jing.
Half onto the fuse. They're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute
Shit.
mess. But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers. And he
Aduh, sakit kepala cu.
What an enormous play to take FPX to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
Ini di ulti barang cu. Kondeng.
Phenomenal plays by Zipan.
Karena apa?
The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Forwards.
Ditinggal.
Forward, but he's tagged up now, and look at this Hall's control. Artist has already made the moves. Up into it, the horn spot. Down.
Mantap.
That's a crossfire setup. From the side on the wall, Artist really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot.
FPX have read it. Mind Freak and Divide, ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find
Bunyi.
the Paulie hears it with the footsteps.
Mantap.
An opening kill going their way once more.
Boom, kena iku.
Ojo santai.
Oh, aduh.
One step closer, Josh. One step closer.
That's got them through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Oh, nice.
No.
Fuck. Fuck Sugetsu. Fuck. Aduh. Caci. Wah, seru tuh. Terakhir 4. Aduh.
That began when he was allowed to play. The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow.
Celenganmu ketok.
Putting FPX onto the throne. An Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
What a moment this is for them. Disbelief, you can feel it. Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team, the core of them, have been waiting for these opportunities to perform on a LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it, Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne, a new master. Merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering dreams left, right and center. Knocked out Japan, stopped DRX from making top 3, killed every other EMEA team gunning for that trophy, and have now taken down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament. No fun allowed.
No fun allowed.
Ini guys keturun.
Shutting down every single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament, there must be a new winner in Valorant.
Yeah.
But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have performed so well all up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it. In our grand finals here in the exchange of the fist bumps. Respect being shown to the two competitors.
Incredible two teams delivering an incredible
Coba main di Indo.
easily the best grand finals
Penonton sudah ini ngeras area. Pagernya juga koyak-koyak.
Recorded in the annals of VCT history.
Yes, biar.
Into champions.
And what a way to do it.
Tapi tadi SC cuma satu ya, si Jingran.
I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day, FPX pulling out a composition.
M-nya ancen M-nya iki yang game barusan iki FPX unggul ya. Setiap ketemu itu kebanyakan menang FPX ya.
Akeh headshot ya FPX ini.
Iya.
Iki loh,
Gak betul, Cuk. Nah, main
melihat
ngecet iku, Cuk. Ngecet iku.
Bukan nih.
Gak betul.
That's FPX at their first international tournament. Imagine if they'd been able to go to ones previously and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. What a team to finally sit at the top of the pile.
Yeah, absolutely outlandish scenes. And now Golden Boy is down on the floor with our Masters 2 champions.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into